All right, mic check. What up, y'all? There's Blame, Quigs. Got everyone else ready for fireworks to answer your dogs. Get relax. I live next to. Oh, I'm not gonna sit there and like completely dox myself, but like, let's just say there's a lot of fireworks happening in my area. So yeah, for sure, I hear dogs just being, really upset. So, uh, Grez, what's going on? Also, cool as dad, Twisted Insanity. And Matthias said, "Oh no, my first raid ever. First ever raid could have been the. Oh man, really? Wow. I would never be able to get that experience, that first experience from Matthias. You ruined it." But what up? All right, so what are we gonna do tonight? Tonight is gonna be just a little bit more, I guess, theory crafting for the most part, and farming some OBDs. Just to kind of, there are a couple of other things I kind of want to try out that might increase the effectiveness of both Heartseeker and also Renovaros. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. See how those things work. Obviously, math is math, right? But then, like, real time play is important. So, time to actually put some of those things to test. You did theoretically share. Real life happened again today, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll make it happen. So how about Blaze Shift? I'm gonna see it be Heartseeker, Invigorate, and Strut. It on paper it should, because of the specifically because of the double damage temper. Versus like double projectiles to temper on like for Heartseeker or whatnot. And I also need a new crossbow so I can do more damage on the shadow part of things for the Pain Gorger. So there's a couple of things I really need to kind of like play around with, but I'm gonna need some more Masterworker Mass to do it. All good. I actually woke up like 3 hours ago. But nah, yeah. Blaze Shift has some real promise. I just don't have a pants for that yet. But Matthias knows all about not having pants. He can relate. That Blizzard will feel good to play. It'll feel good. It'll feel better to play on the controller. I think you can move and stab at the same time. So, like the movement is better on controller than it is on mouse and keyboard, if I'm not mistaken. So, this is the Sky Hunter I got earlier in my Boston session solo off stream. I was gonna try to buy one, and then I'm just like, I don't feel like going to a Diablo trade. I don't belong there. That is not my crowd. People know I'm going to be like fresh and new. I'm going to sit there and have this all proper message sent to people, and they'll be like, "Yo, is this a bot? Is he trying to scam me? Is also trying to scam me?" Like, no, sir. This, sorry, I'm just new here. I don't know what to do. Is this how I'm supposed to ask about items and stuff, or how does this work? Please help. Send help. But anyways, your ranged rogue destination. So here we go tonight. Actually, I have Renovaros on right now, right? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Lil P. What a name. I also need a crown, by the way. So I'm gonna have to do some hordes. So I guess it all works out anyway, huh? Yo, this was my jam way back. Talking about way back. Too legit to quit. This is your jam back when you was about 5. Yeah, I was like was I like in middle school at the time? Late elementary school, early middle school range. Which is you going to bed? Bedge? $90.91. Okay, yeah. So I guess I wasn't that old then. If it came out in 91, I was 6, chilling for a bit. So thinking about it, honestly, is for precision, whatever else, I wonder if I actually really want to use the Sky Hunter. I know that probably sounds weird to say, but I've gotten so used to one wave just hitting really hard that kind of going back to taking 2 waves for, to hit as hard as one wave on a crossbow with a Podgiac on a 2-hander instead. I don't know. Like for like things like this or whatever, or I guess not like this, but like just having confidence that one wave will kill and then leave. But like speed farming, it's just like so convenient. The Sky Hunter would do better in like a high pit scenario or whatever. Did I try pin shot yet? Nah. I don't need to, because everyone else is doing it. Or other like, baller rogue players are doing it. So like I tend to well, for one, I tend to play things I would find find fun for myself, and 2, I like to play things that others are not. So we have like ability to be able to compare how other builds are doing too, and not just the ones that everyone thinks is going to be like maybe meta or so. Like if you want to see some pin shot gameplay, watch Matthias or Woody Joe. I guess Woody Joe's probably not doing Rogue anymore. At least not right now. He's doing the Druid Challenge or whatever. So yeah, like go hit up Matthias for sure. He's mostly min-maxing or min-max pin shot. I think it's kind of neat to like Rogue streamers are like playing different builds right now. It's kind of like not normal to see quite a few different builds being played amongst like different like I guess you could say like consistent Rogue players. Like you see Matthias playing pin shot, Mithy's playing DT, Ava's playing DT, I'm playing Heartseeker and Rain of Arrows. Like kind of cool to kind of see that. So you can kind of like pop on a stream and be like, yo, I'm gonna watch this gameplay today or something, Fish shot for the first build I ever played in D4. Same here. I think honestly, I'm kind of all pin shot out. I know that probably sounds weird, but I played an ungodly, unhealthy amount of pin shot at launch when literally 99.9% of players were playing Twisting Blaze. I was that 0.1% of players playing pin shot at the time, and I played an ungodly amount of it like at launch before the first season. And I think maybe that's the reason why I don't really too much care for it now, because I played so much of it then. And also in beta. And also the end game beta. Yeah, man. I was literally the first pin shot, or I was the only rogue. Not the only rogue. I was the first rogue at launch to hit 100 without TB at the time. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. TB was just really freaking good. Like, I totally understood why people did it, and like the play style and stuff like that. Like, I totally get it. I'm not even hating at all. I just want to play range. That's all. I'll have to hang my wife. You see you around. All right, man. See you, bro. Just nasty for horse. You switch to pin shot. Just for farming. Yeah, I mean, swapping between builds is super easy this season, right? Like, you can literally play anything. It gets like a couple of piece change and like maybe a glyph change. Move like 5 or 10 points somewhere, and then on the Paragon board, and then like you're playing a different build. Zio, what's going on? With that being said, do you want to play? Blame? Do some hordes for me? While I look for a better crown and also get some masterworker materials. You bought a 4 GA crown just for funsies. Do you have like a spare decent one? I don't even care like about where the GAs are, honestly. But like a GA, 1 GA, 15% that you're not using. You haven't dropped any? I thought about buying a Sky Hunter too as well, but I think I told you about my whole little Diablo trade. I don't say experience, but like, you know, me logging on, looking at stuff, and like, you know, feeling completely out of place. How do I interact with people? I don't know. I don't know the lingo or anything. What am I supposed to do? What are the right words to message the players so they don't think I'm a bot or that I'm trolling? Do I use the default message that they send you or whatever for messaging somebody? How's that work? Do I gotta keep checking back on the website, or do I get like a ping or something, or after I message somebody? Like, I don't know how that works. IR bot. I did message someone though, but I think he probably thought I was a bot or something. But I was trying to scam him because I legit used the default message. And then I thought about it like after I messaged them, I'm like, maybe I probably should have customized that message. Like, do for everything. Everyone use the default message? Really? Okay. All right. I guess I can just do one cast and move because it's not precision, so every random row is gonna go damage. I just spread, cast dash, cast dash, cast dash. Need a specific G on the crown? No, not really. I mean, maximum health would be nice, but or cooldown. But I don't really. I mean, it really doesn't. It legit doesn't matter. I mean, crown is theoretically best in slot for almost everything. Nobody's doing hordes. Fair. There's a 4 GA shard, 150 for max cash. What is max cash? $99.99 billion. Got it. Totally worth that. Three years later, still in the market. It's like decayed. Like the stats are falling off of it. Particles going on. Also, Dread. I think it's pretty cool. Because only you here would know what I'm talking about. I think it's pretty cool that there's been a lot more interaction in the super secret society of places that would not be mentioned or named. I feel like that's a good sign. Like a lot more interaction. The decent number. Pretty much. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's kind of really cool. Oh yeah, my Aether is real low. I don't think I did bad. I don't think I performed bad. Maybe it was my boons. I know I didn't have any good boons until like the Hellfire thing, Hellborn thing, but that was like kind of late, and it wasn't even the proper Hellborn. All right, request invite though. Blame. Hey, it's a 750, 15%. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I did have myself invisible. There we go. There we go. Back in the background, headphones loud, and fucking around.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Okay. The Azarath. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, it did roll like you hit the first. So yeah, I guess that definitely worked out for your pin shot, right? Your amulet looks like mine, basically. Literally like practically just like mine. The G and the lucky hit. Yeah, you got G on the lucky hit on the pin. Yeah, the game is pretty much telling you to play pin shot. I guess that makes sense. You're capped on tap speed anyways without GA. Okay. Okay. Are you using the Archon gem for that or no? No, you're not. Okay. And if you just keep the hers again. Yeah, I haven't changed these pants out, like the pants I have right now, out for anything. Literally. Like I'm gonna use it raw at every build. I'm not even gonna bother messing with pants. Like just leave it as it is. Unless I actually find a good pair of pants or like that. But like I'm just step one, but the biggie is just having the community. Yeah, I think so. I think also just knowing, right? Just having an idea of like you know, like where the mindset is very important. It makes it easier to communicate when you know, like when you're dealing with anybody, like anybody in general, like when you have a regular conversation and they can explain to you why they're thinking the way they are or why they made the decision that they make or whatever. You may or may not, agree with what they're doing or saying or whatever, right? That person. But at least you understand the mindset where it's coming from. So it's kind of like, oh, okay. I now understand why that, why you chose to do what you did, right? Even if I disagreed, I at least understood. And now it's kind of like, if you need my help with something, right? I know how to approach it better because now I understand your mindset on, those said topics. And I think that's crucial. And saves a lot of time for you and, any friend of yours, during like a bar talk or something like that. You know what I mean? And a lot less arguments. Or feeling like you're getting ignored, etc. We got a Hellborn, nice. Finally. Breakpoint is going on, man. That's important. They gotta like tune down the audio of Rain of Arrows. It's still like so loud when it casts. It sounds cool, don't get me wrong, but it sounds disproportionately louder than like everything else that is usually cast. This is a 1.5k run, is it? I'm sitting at like 488 right now. Unless we get like some like a crazy next boon or whatever. I can see it being over 1K. I don't know if 1500 might be generous. But we sure beat my last record already, or my last run already. I had like shit boons. Can't wait the next season on it. Like to be 100% honest with you, like I really want to see how Inferno Hordes ends up shaking up, man, because it's like my favorite content. I mean, I like what they did in Nightmare Dungeons, but like Hordes will always be like my favorite thing to do. They're all bad. Any, mini, miny, mo, catch the tiger by his toe. If he cries, let it go. Any, mini, miny, mo. My mama told me to pick this one right over. I should have gone forever when it landed on like the wrong one. You just make up more words. What up, Durbin? Too many spires and we need to take a single spire. I know, right? What else psychedelic? I'm gonna stay in the middle and just cast everywhere. Just cause not less fun to do it this way, but oh, that was the last way. Is the strongest rogue build in season 9? Yes, is your answer. At the moment, it's looking like DT again. But Azarath Pinshot, Azarath TB, and even Rain of Arrows are like right there with it. Within like maybe 1 or 2 tiers ish. It's kind of hard to say because like no one has like best in slot gear yet. So we'll kind of know like what's at the like tippy top, I guess, in like 2 weeks or so. I didn't say TB is bad. I said Azarath Pinshot and Azarath TB. However, Poison Imbue TB is actually pretty good this season 2 as well. But again, it just depends on what your version of back is. Back as in like best build? No. Back as in like it's still, you know, pretty powerful and it's fun to play. You can build into it. Yes, you can. Like preseason back. But keep in mind, we're stronger than preseason. So like when people say preseason, it's like we were weaker in preseason. So like you don't want to be preseason back, technically. Do you? Unless you just want the preseason status, as in like best build status. You don't want the preseason damage, trust me. Yeah, so you want the status as best build back. No, it's not that. I get it a lot when I hear like people say Heart Seeker. But I mean, it doesn't have to be. You can play it, demolish mobs, you know, destroy bosses. Like, is it really that big of a deal if it's not the best? If you're not gonna pit push, which is like 99.99% of the audience that play the game is not gonna pit push. Like in a realistic way. That's like saying, you know, I want like the McRib from McDonald's to come back, right? But you're not gonna buy it and eat it. You just want the hype. You just want to know that you got the item that everybody's hyped for, but you're not gonna actually buy it and eat it. Like you're not gonna buy it and eat it, so it doesn't really matter if it's bad. Like if it's like, you know, the top menu item again, like you're not gonna eat it. Yeah, like I think that's what gets me the most, right? It's like I can understand if someone wants something to be like the absolute best build because you're going to actually play it in the environment which requires it to be the best, right? And that is like if you want to hit a certain pit tier, like, oh, I want to do pit tier 100 plus. Okay, well then if that number is important to you, then yes, you need to choose a build that can do so, right? But if you're not going to push pit at all and you're not going to reach 100 no matter what build you play, then does it really matter at the end of the day? Like if you're not going to pit push. Because what a build is capable of doing is only capable of that if you spend hours upon days of hours of fishing and pushing. And you're not, and not you, but people aren't not going to do that. So it really is irrelevant for like 99% of the audience because they're not going to do that. Rightfully so. It's a very boring and painful process. Who really wants to do that, right? But if you're not going to do that, then where that build lands at the top end doesn't matter at the end of the day. unless you're gonna use it on like a dating site, right? You're like, yo, I'm playing the best pit build out there, yo. You're gonna put that in your dating profile, maybe next job application. You know, then maybe we can talk. You know what I'm saying? And they're not gonna, you know, point you to the appropriate class that gives you the best pit clear, right? For the best chances of like getting that girl or guy, no judgment, right? Always that goes under computer skill. Man. Are you guys moving Heartseeker back to A, B tier? Yeah, it's not gonna stay in C tier. I actually need to talk with Ava and Matthias so we can kind of get like a generalized. Because I mean, we've been all been playing like, you know, quite a bit of different builds, so we can get an idea of like where everything lands and our criteria, and then we're gonna make like moves together. Like I don't want to do. We're not gonna go like one person's gonna move one thing up and another person gonna move another thing up. It's probably gonna be like a you know, a conversation, and then we all kind of move things at the same time where they should be. But Heartseeker is definitely not C tier. Heartseeker's probably scraping the very bottom of A tier, like the absolute, like we're talking about like, you know, clinging the floors of the barrel bottom of A tier. Like that is like Heartseeker's job. Look, it's still good. Like it's definitely better than what than C tier where we had it. But yeah, it's like literally like got in because, you know, it knows a friend sort of type thing. And what I mean by that is like, in order for it to reach the criteria of A tier, like you have to have like literally the best gear possible and quite a bit of fishing to reach that. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean by that. But it does qualify technically for A tier. However, none of our builds qualify for S tier yet at the moment. So we'll have quite a few builds in the A tier category with like 3 or 4 builds at like the top of A tier. Best S tier. the uninstall button. Which build / class allows me to uninstall the fastest? That's good to hear. A tier. Yeah, A tier is good. Yeah, Rogue doesn't have any S tier builds per se. When you relative to other classes, like when you compare other classes and what they're doing, like Rogue doesn't have a build that's strong enough to be in like the same class as like so many other builds. Like for instance, the Spiritborn builds or whatever. Like there's nothing that we have that is in that same territory, right? Like it's fine. I mean, I do think the interclass balance is probably the closest it's been in a while. I just feel bad for like the core skills, like core skill builds, like building for core skills just kind of feels kind of awful. Basics got lucky with the Pangorgers thing. Otherwise, it would be it definitely would not be A tier. Like you said, if you're not pushing high piss, any bit that gets your layer boss keys easy and gets to 46 words. Yeah, man. Play what you like at the end of the day, right? I just don't get the point of pit pushing, to be honest. I don't either, but I do understand why people do it. Those who do it, because there's nothing else left to do in the game. Like you get all your gear and stuff, And it's like, okay, well, now that I almost min-maxed everything, what do I do with it, right? So people suffer through pit pushing. I don't think people really like the activity. I can tell you, a lot of people don't like it. Ava don't like it. Mippy doesn't like it. I think Matthias is probably indifferent about it. I think he deals with it. I don't think he's a big fan of it, but he deals with it because there's nothing else to do. Um, but yeah, most people that you talk to, that you could talk to, that is constantly like towards the top, will tell you that they don't really necessarily like it. But it's like, what else do you do, right? For them. Leaderboards are coming someday, but leaderboards isn't like, leaderboards won't make pit better at all. The process will still be the same, and the process is ass. It just means that you won't have to submit your clear to a third-party site, but you'll be doing the exact same thing. There'll be a reason people. Well, that's the reason why people do it now, is to be on the leaderboards. It's just on the third-party leaderboards instead of in-game leaderboards. There's really no difference. Technically, there's no difference. Sure, there might be more of an incentive where someone's like, "Oh, I can see my name on a leaderboard inside the game versus on a third-party website," and true, that is fair. But you're still going to hate the process. Like, more people will try it, and then more people will be like, "I hate this," and we're kind of back to square one, where originally you'll see people try it that normally probably wouldn't have tried. Right? And then they're not going to want to do it again because they realize, oh, I can't keep up with the RMTers or the people who have, way more time on the weekends to fish and all those kind of things. Right? That's why I'm saying, like, I don't think the game is really ready for leaderboards yet. There's not a leaderboards are not the Band-Aid players think it is. I agree. And this is someone who used to push leaderboards all the time in Diablo 3. Like, that literally was my content, like, for the first 2 weeks of the season, going from rank 1 Demon Hunter worldwide and all that stuff. So I totally get the inspiration and the initiative and all that jazz and what it takes and stuff. And, like, this game ain't ready. This game is not ready for that. It is not the same. I still don't even think it was that great in Diablo 3, honestly. But it was something to do, and it wasn't the most awful system, but it gave you something. But yeah, and D4 it just would be absolutely atrocious, man. Especially with the amount of RMT, because it really wasn't like, you didn't really have RMT like that in D3 because trading was very restrictive, right? So what you had was a botting problem, right? Botting mats, botting Paragon, like that. In this game, you have literal people paying real money for gear that you'll be competing against on the leaderboard, and that is literally pay to win. Literally, right? RMT is a problem across the whole genre of action RPGs, though. I mean, it is. You are right. It is. And I have the same comment for every time on all the action RPGs, right? Just because it's bad in all these RPGs doesn't I guess in my opinion make it okay. Be like, oh well, I guess this. I'm not saying that you're saying it's okay. I'm not saying that at all. But like, just because it happens in all the action RPGs doesn't warrant how bad it is. You know what I mean? Frosty. You know what? I've been seeing Frosty quite a bit in my chat. What have I done to deserve the honors of having the Frosty himself chill here? Is it the music? It's the music, isn't it? It's the playlist. I know it is. It's gotta be. Rogue Man, you're up late. Fair. I do offer slightly different perspectives in gameplay, I guess. Different setups that necessarily are in the forefront of the meta. But yeah. Customer Hussey is like me, he's everywhere. Yeah, well, I like to group up later for some farming. Yeah, sure. Well, what are you guys farming? Please say it is some like Haragic powder. You got some of that Haragic powder? Yo, Blaine, check this out. I just got this. I mean, basically, I would just roll the healing to Dex. But literally, it just... it was in my inventory. Yeah, I guess I'll hold on to both in case you ever choose to play Invigorating Strike at some point. I'll have that sitting. Actually, I gotta clean out my stash at some point. When you want to do that, Lower Sword? When would you like the? Or I guess who do you all have right now for that? Or how many spots do you have? That was the odds of a 4GA mythic. Oh man, I am not the numbers guy there. I don't know. I would say probably winning the lottery is probably easier than the 4GA mythic. Assuming you don't have dupe and Belial mats. Like if you have to like, play it, like the regular way, yeah, you'll probably win the lottery. You got a 4GA. What? Hire if you're Rob. I mean, granted, a 4GA Shroud, it doesn't really do anything. That doesn't do much for you, honestly. But it's just kind of neat to see. That is crazy. I don't think I've seen anyone that I know of that I'm friends with or communicate with actually have a 4GA Shroud. That's crazy. Lower if you're everyone else. That is cool. No major issues with S9 to cover right now. Oh, this one asked for your next video. I mean, we're all waiting for it. You can't be putting out bangers and like can't leave us to dry. You got to kick her. I'm sure that your videos take quite a bit of time for editing and stuff like that. So totally appreciate the quality of your vids, man. So I'm down to wait if it means good videos each time. I think people don't. That's the one thing. Realistically speaking, I think that's the one thing people also have to kind of like think about too. Is that like videos like that do take time. You know what I'm saying? Like it really does, and you don't want to just crank out content just for the hell of it. You want to make sure that like it is to what people's expectations of how you've done your previous videos, etc. Yeah, he's a dad gamer now, right? Also, I'll say this too as well. But the fact that Frosty is able to kind of make content like that in this space of action RPGs is actually quite impressive. Because if you know anything about like action RPG content in general, like people don't typically don't want anything flashy or cool or fun. They just want you to tell them what's good, whether the game is good or not, or that season is good or not, and like tier lists, and that's all people really care about. You try to do anything like fun or like impressive or fancy, people just it just does not do well in the action RPG space. So for like Frosty's videos to be hitting like it is like a rarity. You would think it'd be obvious, right? You'd be like, oh well, like obviously this is stuff I will watch, but people have tried, I won't say similar things, but people have tried entertaining action RPG videos before, and it just didn't really work out, right? So for Frosty to kind of break the mold on that is actually pretty awesome to see. Comedy's always good though. Not always. Not always. I can tell you some people who have tried to do to add more comedy or add more like production value to some of the videos, and like it didn't really work out well. Woody Joe is one of them, believe it or not. I've tried that in the past, like better production value with some short, like entertaining skits between Dashizi and Darkside. It was okay at some points, but then you can tell people just want to be like, yo, just tell me what's good. That's all you know, man. Stick to the build guide. Sure, he's cool, but yeah, it's super hard. It really is hard. And so like that's the reason, like seriously, that's the reason why I think about it. That's the reason why when you watch like any action RPG videos from like your more so main content creators, they're very like to the point. They press record, talk about whatever the topic is, and then they hit stop. And then they hit publish. Because that is what people want. Literally, that is what people want. It's not that they can't do different, it's just that's exactly what people want. So again, to break the mold and spend more time to take that risk, man, hella respect to Frosty for that. Paragaming also does pretty well too, with adding comedic value to his build guides. You started doing the comedy with the action table news. Well, that is fair. There is definitely content to be had with the D for a bad meta. There we go. Thunder Eagle says, to be honest, a lot of time I click on the video and look for a link to the build planner, and that's about it. that is definitely honest. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds about right. It's honesty, right? It's honesty. This is part of the problem. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a problem, right? It's not a problem. It's just kind of what people are into, right? Like the action RPG audience is older players, right? You're talking about people in their 30s, 30s and 40s roughly, right? Definitely like your dad gamers, right? We're like the generation-ish that like, got lucky enough to know how to use most technology, but nowhere near as good as Gen Z and, you know, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? 50s. You know what I'm saying? So like for us, we just want the no bullshit approach, right? Like our age group. But like if our age group was like, if our targeted age group was like 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds, then yeah, all the flashy like TikTok-ish type, you know, like reels or whatever like that would do really well in the space, right? I feel like we know tech better than Gen Z. There are a lot of videos that I wish that were just blog posts. So like, to be fair, when I put my videos out, I'm gonna do a hard secret video and a random rails video for sure. Anything more, I don't know, but I'm gonna try my best to kind of like get the time down. It's like really hard. I think sometimes we do. Like I can't speak for all content creators, but I would think most content creators go in making the build guide video thinking, okay, it's gonna be 10 minutes and that's it. You know, 10 minutes max. It's not gonna be any longer than that. I'm gonna stick to this because it is time consuming making a longer video. So it's like, yo, I'm going in 10 minutes max. Boom, right? And then you start recording different bits and pieces or whatever. And you think you did a good job, right? You're like, okay, yeah, this might be 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Okay, not bad. Then you get to like, you know, your editing software, and then you start doing some things and you realize you're at the 23-minute mark and you're like, fuck, what happened? Like I thought I did so good narrowing this down, right? It's like, I thought I did good. What happened? I don't know what happened. That's usually my experience, roughly. But then I'm like a pleb editor anyway, so. Just gotta be doing the right thing at the right time to level up. I mean, LE content creator, my gosh, are like 2 hours long. Jeez. Almost exclusively positive comments for it. Okay. I honestly, I can't imagine watching a 2-hour guide video, to be honest with you, unless it's like everything you need to know about Last Epoch from like the start of its development to end game. Every guide mentioned here, click now, sort of sort of thing. I'd probably watch it if it contained everything ever mentioned or done or created from Last Epoch in a sense. But one guide, I don't know. That's a. I'm about to tell my boss, hey, I gotta take off for work that day. Why? I gotta watch this guide. It's this build I'm trying to play, and this guy is gonna take about half my work day. So I'll see you tomorrow. But hey, if your community likes it, I mean, like I said, if it works for you and your community likes it, you know, no problem, right? Yeah. Like I said, if you have the audience for it, then awesome, right? Ever thought about doing quick videos while streaming and just posting the VOD on YouTube? That's a very smart idea. And that's it. Really, yeah, that's a very smart idea. That I never really just taken advantage of at all. Like I thought, like I think about it really, and then like I just don't do it, even though I'm like, oh yeah, that 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 is smart. I don't know. I guess for me, because I know it's like going on like the tube or whatever. Like if I say something live on like Twitch, right, and like I stumble over words and say something real dumb, right? Like you guys would just laugh it off and be like, yeah, that's just the oxide, right? But like if it's like a video or whatever, I guess there's like a little more. I don't know. I guess when I do it off stream, I have more control. Like I have more control of like doing like 17 or 18 takes of trying to say the same thing. Whereas trying to do that on live stream makes it awkward. I don't know. I guess if I know that I'm recording, then like I can't be as spitballing my ideas of like stuff as well as I do just randomly streaming myself. I don't know what it is. It's just different. Like I could probably like literally do a video build guide off the top of my head, live stream with no pressure. But the moment that I know that it's being recorded, I'm gonna screw up legit everything. Like literally everything. Or try creating a script beforehand. Yeah, but then I like. I mean, I do that sometimes. Like for the intro of my videos, I do that. I do a script for the intro of my video, so therefore I can make sure I'm including all the points I really want to. But then I kind of sound robotic, and I don't know. Like I play it back, and it's just doesn't sound nearly as organic than just talking normal. I wish I was better at it. Like I wish I was better at that kind of stuff. But to be honest with you, like I think the reason that it makes it hard for me is that like I grew up having like a really bad stuttering problem, like really bad, and I was always bad at public speaking. And so I had to take classes for it when I was younger. And it has a lot to do with the fact that like my tongue is like rooted to the bottom of my mouth, so I can't say certain letters or words without my mouth being like halfway closed, which makes it harder to pronounce things, and it just gets all jumbled up or whatever, right? So I think I have kind of that fear too as well. I guess some people may not notice that, but like if you've been around enough in my stream, especially probably the first couple of like years or whatever, like you'll kind of hear the stutters come out.
What's left, you ask?
But I do a lot better with it now, but before it was like growing up, like middle school, high school especially, it was like elementary school, middle school was like really bad. Like I almost just didn't even want to talk. The cherry almost up, man. Gotta go to that macro school. Yo, macro can say like macro can talk about any topic and make it sound fire. Like intellectually like sound and fire. I wish I had like the like ability to just write the way he does. It's just crazy. Or speak the way he does. Like if I had money, I'd pay him. Like, bro, teach me the ways, man. A tiny bit. Now that you mentioned it, I've never really thought about it. Yeah, I've done better with it, and that's it's kind of weird because obviously I'm streaming in front of people, and I was very bad at public speaking, and I was really nervous about it. So it doesn't really make sense when you think about it. But like, why would I put myself out there knowing I have that problem or knowing I'm like that, right? But it's like. I think I've gotten better. I've gotten better at it, obviously, but short of Varathio, would you match work the 3 basic skill versus the 12 max resources? It just depends on honestly. If it was a GA max resources, I would master work the max resources. If it's not a GA, I would master work the basic attack. Honestly, I say kind of does. You do not see us looking back at you. I guess that's also fair. Sure. True. But at the same time, though, I think in public speaking is like I'll see them once and then that's it. But here I see you guys on like a regular basis, all right? My speech can like literally be like, I don't want to, watch this guy stream. This guy can't even say the word, whatever that word is, right? This guy stumbling over these couple of words. Yeah, I'm out. Kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like there is kind of that thought process, right? Where's crap. Where's Lord Sora? Is he on? Lord Sora, are you still here? Because you said you wanted to farm, and I didn't know what you want to do. I don't think he's still on. Oh, okay, he's there. Okay, yeah. Oh, he said later. Okay, I didn't know how much later that later was. Okay, well, all right. Just let me know. It's 4GA. Oh, 4GA, perfect. Oh, for basic Lunger Stripe. Okay, that I can't answer that because I don't know how much resource you have everywhere else to know the diminishing returns of max resource. So you might need to need to look at a guide for that. Oh, 350? Okay, yeah. Basic attack then. Yeah, basic attack then. That plus 12 ain't gonna do nothing. That plus 12 is like maybe 3%, 3.5% damage really. Downside cherries looking for your found that tag. Dark side 1987. The plus 3 basic skill damage would do more. Yeah, in that scenario, yeah. Because you gotta think about the diminishing returns from adaptability based on how much resource you already have. Because you already start with a pretty high pull. Like adaptability is good, like in the bubble when you have no resources, and then you add resources, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's a really big gain, right? But the more resource you have, the more resources you add, the more you add, the more diminishing returns you run into, and it just kind of like. It just becomes like, less impactful. So if you already have a lot, then that little 12 ain't gonna do much at all. Yeah. Like you're not gonna know it's an impact. I always use the money example, right? Like if you have $100, right? And someone was like, yo, I'm gonna give you $20, right? $20 is a lot of money if you only got $100, right? Like that, like the value of that $20 is a lot because you only have $100. But if you have $1 million and someone was like, "Yo, I'm gonna give you $20," well, the value of that $20 relative to the $1 million you already have is like peanuts, right? It's still $20, yeah. But if you have $1 million, that $20 is not going to have that same value to you as someone who has only $100. But don't get me wrong. If I had $1 million, I would still take the $20. Like, best believe. But I'm just making the example. I mean, I would masterwork the basic attacks, honestly. Yeah. It's a great song. Yeah, it is. You're a millionaire, you're really taking that $20 to make you $60. Which is why I'm not a millionaire. I mean, I don't know. I think for me, because like as a teacher, you know, like you and the fact that like my like my income as a, you know, as a teacher in my profession, like you kind of have to learn how to like, you know, live within your means, obviously, and like be smart with the money that you do make, in a sense. But like, I guess because I'm not a materialistic person in general, I wouldn't even know what I would do with $1 million other than like maybe invest, I guess, and then like, I don't know, donate a bit, give it I won't say give it away per se, but like donate a bit, because I mean, like, I'm just not a materialistic person, like, at all whatsoever. I mean, I would, you know, get something I might, you know, be passionate about. Like, I mean, I would probably like beef up my PC or whatever. You know, something that I like use that on like a regular or something, right? But like, I'm not gonna go out and like get me like a, you know, like a Porsche or something, or a mansion, or like, you know, like none of that really like interests me at all. Like, I'd buy it and then I'd be like, you know, like a week later, like, why did I buy this? You know what I'm saying? It's just like I'm not any happier than I was when I first bought it. And I don't really have like a big group of friends or anything like that I go out with to sit there and like, you know, share the mansion with, or, you know, kind of compare my lifestyle to their lifestyle, or, you know, to show off anything. So it's like, I'm not gonna show up. I mean, I don't know. My teacher in school, yeah, I teach at a high school. I teach music. Hookers and blow, we get it. Nah, man, that Harajic powder, man. I gotta give you some more of that. Music, Armada. Video games now. To be honest with you, man, like these days, I'm like a terrible gamer, man. I'm not even like really considered a gamer. I only really play when I stream. I don't like. Now, for the first week of like Diablo 4, like the first week of the season, like I'll play off stream as well. But then past that, like I only play when I stream. So like I wouldn't even consider myself like a gamer at this point, because I just, I don't know. Put the gym dust down. That's why you're so chill and calm. You think it's because I'm a teacher? I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, there's being a teacher requires a lots of patience and learning how to deal with multiple different perspectives, right, and viewpoints, and navigate between them all, right, and be respectful of them all. But it also sometimes comes with like longer video guides than I would want to, because I'm a teacher, I want you to get all the details and like, you know, the explanations and why it works the way it does, and I have to realize that I need to stop. I got to start cutting those more short, you know. I mean, people like the explanation at the same time, but I'm just like, not only does it take it longer for me to edit and stuff, but you know, it's like at the end of the day, people just want to know how to pew good, right? And that's pretty much it. Reese, what's up? I forgot to put the random arrows in that link, sorry. Am I gonna do a hard secret video on YouTube? Yeah. The goal is to make it like 8 minutes or less. Same thing with Rain of Arrows video. Wait, was this an eight wave? Also blame. How come we're getting like really? This was like getting really shitty amounts of masterworking materials, man. You sure do not like the road. I agree. You have a clip for me to see? Uh-oh. We'll make it so you learn how to handle. Did not play with last season, was not happy with with Rogue. You didn't like Death Trap? Like almost everybody and like their mom and grandma and pet go fish. Even the bed bugs were playing the DT, man. But I understand now. I didn't like how the season worked. Oh, I agree 100%. I thought boss powers were boring. I also think the powers this season is boring as well. Like, I get the intent, the core, you know, what they're trying to do, and I don't knock what they're trying to do per se, but it's just when it's back to back to back of what feels like a rehashed system, right? With some interesting changes, sure, but it kind of just, you know, it just feels a lot of the same. Like, I'm just not going to respond well to it after a while. Like, if this would have came out like, you know, like maybe season 1 or something, like this was like the first season of the game or whatnot, then I'd be like, yo, this is really cool. Because it's the first time we've gotten anything like this, right? For D4, because it's, you know, new game, etc., etc. But after like the 5th season of Powers, man, you're just kind of like, I kind of had enough of this. It's like marriage after 3. It's time to look at something different. Okay. In the buff horse HP. Yeah, I agree. You put in general? Okay. Okay, so last question. Since I will have to masterwork basic, what cap you put for item up is 300, 350, your opinion? Hard to say because I don't play the build, so I don't know everything else that goes along with it. Like, I could tell you, I can answer the question that, you know, you had before about the resource versus basic attack. That was quick math, like just the value of it, right? But like, to answer the question between 300 and 350 resource, I can't answer that without knowing the rest of the build, unfortunately. I would love to help you with that, but I don't want to tell you the wrong thing because I just simply don't know.
Use it well.
But if there are any other barbs in chat that plays, yeah, man, you're welcome. He says in general. Oh, I see.
It is done.
What'd you get? You got an air perdition from a gauntlet whisper cache? Like, what? That's not even a what? You say you want to see this? All right, let me see if I can do the capture for this real quick. All right, so he picked the greater collection of gauntlets, right? And then yeah, mythic helm. Like what? Axe. I wonder if they did like slightly increase the drop rate of mythics and like out in the real, like out in the world outside of bosses. Because Matthias got one in like T2 when we were doing like what were we doing? Was it a strong room or something? I don't remember. It was something. He just literally it just dropped, and we're just like, what the hell? Right. So maybe they did like slightly increase the chances of them, like slightly. You know, if it was like 0.01, it's probably like 0.03 now. You know, or something. But like, still. Anyone else have an issue with Celestial Surge pulls your character in? Are you using floaty bubble with it too? He just built different. What up, Chessican? I went and saw the new Jurassic and it was like last season. At least you fair. I need breakfast with the wife before she has to work. Be lurking on the phone. Okay, no problem. I'll figure out what my plan is right now. So I don't know what's up with the masterworker material, like the is it Aether, whatever from Horrors, but it was kind of awful right now, for whatever reason. So I guess we'll farm some more masterworker materials when Sora gets back. Then I'll join a group with him, do that some more, and then we'll continue the experimentation stuff because then I'll have the materials to do it. Like these areas feels better to farm with Heartseeker with, to be honest with you. Cause I have to wait for the waves to kind of drop. I mean, it hits everything, it's great, but the fact that I got to go back and pick up the mats or whatever after casting the wave feels bad. And Pit though, this is awesome, right? Just cast, leave. You are using floaty bubble? Yeah, that's don't use that with that Celestial. I'm not saying that it shouldn't work properly, but yeah, it is pretty buggy. on some things, and like yeah, it might be teleporting you to the pole itself. Did you ever get the armory figured out? Um, it still works the way it did before. Meaning that some things are gonna be missed. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I got 151 resource. Okay. I didn't need that. I was wondering why I wasn't using that before. Good. I hate this map though. I'm so surprised I haven't gotten the strong room yet. This is the key with the strong room, right? Big nerf on Varathia on Pain Gorges. You think it was needed? You mean from like season 8 to season 9, you mean? They didn't touch it from the PTR to live, but yeah. Do I think it was needed? Looking at it now, no, not really. I think they could have kept it where it was, to be honest. And it wouldn't like be meta still. Now that I think about it, they probably could revert the nerfs to Pangorgers. I think Pangorgers is doing really well right now. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe leave Pangorgers as it is, but like Moonrise and Varathia probably could have their previous values back, honestly, and it still wouldn't overtake. Bro, where's the whatchamacallit? Or am I crazy? I swore this was a key with a strong room. This is over here. What? I'm pretty sure this one had a Haraja strong room. Or is it just a chance and I just got really unlucky? No, we're gonna go all the way back to that one little corner. That's interesting. Wait a minute. I guess that little pink thing is trying to tell me it's close by. I almost like never look at that. Yeah, okay, that's where it is. Okay, literally the one small little bit of fog of war I did not look for. It was over there. Can I kill Bilal for you? I mean, technically I can. Did you summon him and then he's taking your lunch money? Don't feel bad. He's taking all of our lunch money at some point this season. Specifically in T4, of course. What's your battle tag? You give me 20 hugs? No, just give me 2. Because that's all. I mean, I don't have any, so just give me 2 so I can open a chest, and that's fine. I'm not trying to make a profit off of this. If you're in T4, invite me. If not, let me know what tier you're in.
See some steel you need? What's left, you ask?
Ain't nothing but a gangster party. You're in T2? Okay, give me a sec. Oh, like I said, yeah, that works. Never mind. Do you have a portal there already or no? Or are you traveling? It's being good to the community. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't do like a lot of like community runs or community nights where like I'm doing carries and stuff like that. Not that I dislike doing so, by any means. Appreciate the Sub-Zero. But I remember doing stuff like that like a while ago, and like my stream became just that, and I wasn't able to like get any theorycraft or build creating done and stuff like that, right? And like it became tough to kind of like get the I guess at this point of the season, like in the beginning, like the beginning stages of the season when I got like guides to update and videos to put out, stuff like that, it becomes real hard to try to get to everybody. Glassjaw is like on perma boosted it, yeah. There you go, sir. Guess we'll do Roshan. Did you want 3 runs? Because you gave me like three runs worth of mats. So hours of T. Oh no, I mean Renovaros can carry Bilal T4 as well. I mean it won't be this fast, obviously, like, but yeah. For potion. Oh man. Yeah, Ponyo, you'll be slamming these in no time since you're playing Hydro Sword, right? So yeah, you'll be slamming these in all like in no time. I'm curious to see what the did you get what you need though? Inner. I was gonna say, I'm curious to see what the first 2 weeks patch, I guess, since they said can you do 2 more? Yeah, sure. Like what they're gonna touch. It's gonna be like this again, my shit. But I can't open anything. I had to wait for the timer to go down. I have a feeling though, like, 'cause I mean, I think at this point, there really isn't anything to nerf on. Like when it comes to Rogue is concerned, like there's nothing to nerf. Nothing is overperforming or overachieving. Um, I mean, I can only think of them like maybe like buffing Poison Trap a little more because nobody's playing that right now. Maybe we'll get some surprise combo points buff or or something like out of left field. It's probably gonna be like if we do get any buffs, it'll be probably relative to the stuff that was introduced in season 9. So like something with key passes maybe, or basics or something. I don't know. We'll see. I can't imagine it being anything like. I would love core skill buffs, but that's supposed to be like a you know, inside of the season, some season down the line, season 10, 11, I don't know. I know a lot of poison puddle pulverizes is really good. Is that what most druids are playing right now? People just don't like the aesthetic. I'm gonna be honest, like Cataclysm was not a intuitive build. And druids have had some builds that were like not like well, I guess intuitive basically. Intuitive is basically the just to help and you didn't get it, but then next one. What were you trying to get, or what item were you trying to get? Oh, I got. How many of these do I get? Dang. I was stocking up on these apparently. All right, what we got? I think I will give combo points a try at some point this season too. Only just so that I can get the proper feedback about how bad it really is each time. And go like, yep, still bad. Sure you guys know. For sure you guys know, but just to remind you that it's still awful. Alright. We'll do a few more. Actually, you know what? We might have the master go ahead and at least mess around with Heart Seeker. The Shadows, appreciate the follow. Do some I think I might try doing more with playing around the clone a little bit more. Which I don't really want to do, but probably makes the most sense. We actually might get rid of Starless. And do the one thing that Blame told me to do that I literally just did not want to do. He knows what I'm talking about. Is this the only other ring I have? I thought I had one more ring that I wasn't using. Did I salvage that? No, I don't. Short-term memory loss here. Well, Apogeic. That's it, basically. Apogeic. Yeah, that. But I'm a new crossbow. New crossbow, I guess a new ring. New crossbow, new ring. Probably a new weapon too. Yeah. Do that. A new one-hander, sorry. Okay, so we got that. I don't think I had the other crossbow. I probably salvaged the other one. That's too expensive. Oh, this one already has it on it, but it's a G. It's a GA though. On the wrong one, but it's technically what I wanted. We could do something simple. Maybe I'll just keep rolling for that one. All right, here we go. So we're gonna do try to get as much of Shadow Clone double damage on the crossbow instead. That would have been great for her. dash 3 dash dash shadow clone. Okay, 50% too. Nice. And then damage production. My building. It's the Heart Seeker. I'm just kind of taking it a slightly different direction. It's just some theory crafting. I mean, I've already played a bit of Heart Seeker earlier, but gonna kind of build it around the with more emphasis on the clone instead. Oh, you're back, Blame. Is Heart Seeker Rogue good for piss and bossing this season? Depends on what you. Depends on what you've. Oh, cool, awesome, appreciated. Depends on what you define as good. Like bossing, that's great. Pits, probably caps at around like a 95-ish, roughly, with like perfect gear and lots of fishing. And it smashes T4. Yeah, so let's see. I don't want to do this here. So we'll do projectiles on the one-hander instead. We're just basically swapping the tempers. Okay, rockets. Max value. Kind of cool. Am I getting? I mean, I don't need that beastly of a crossbow, sir. Yeah, I'll take it, but I'll probably do my test first before I make a decision. Get like an actual decision there. That for sure. In terms of route that I want to go. Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm broke, but I mean, I don't really need. I don't need it right now. I don't have much of a reason to really boss, unless I'm just bossing with friends. It's actually kind of bad right now. I'm gonna be honest. Like this whole like duped Belial mats is just kind of awful. I know it seems like it's like, oh yeah, I get all of my stuff right now super quick, but then your progression is gone. Like you're done unless you're just trying to min max for a teeny bit. But like your progression is just like you skipped it, whatever. I've seen some pin shot rogues out there. Is this the best right now? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to answer that question because like I guess it just depends on the content that you're doing. Like every, you know, um, there are a lot of really good. There are like, sorry, there are several good rogue builds that are like, or top rogue builds. You got Death Trap, you got both Azarath TV and Pin Shot, and then you got Rain of Arrows. Those are probably like your top four, right? And they're all kind of like within like a similar realm. With I think maybe Rain of Arrows being at the bottom of the four, but they're like all within like one or two tiers of each other. So it doesn't matter which one you play if you're trying to hit T100 or whatever. Then the next level down from that, you have your builds that are like maybe 5 or 6 tiers behind a pit, if that's your metric, and that would be like Heart Seeker, Invigorating Strike, Blaze Shift, Poison TB, Shadow Step. those builds would be like the next echelon right below the 4 I mentioned. Look forward to all the bow build with some big booms. Honestly, I want unlimited barrage. I don't like pin shot. Yeah, barrage is not gonna get any love until a different season or whatever. Wind force. That'd be great for testing. where like where are you getting these things from? If you got a Skyhunter somewhere, like a dope Skyhunter, let me know. You can probably get that for like 10 gold now. All right, so we got these two. After 700 Bilal runs, that's what you get. Oh, okay, gotcha. Do master runes and just, yeah. So I mean, so I think, so when I think about it, honestly, like again, like yeah, sure, it's great to have like all the things you need for your build and stuff, but I just my aggressive shout is actually like literally almost like dead, like identical to this. Although you do have a GA in one spot that I prefer to have it on that I don't. So if you want to just give that away, that's cool. I'm cool with that too. That's my grass. This is my grass. I prefer to have the GA on the ultimate damage, of course, even if it is just additive damage. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, you know, once you have everything, and this season is kind of easy to swap between builds because a lot of things are very similar. You know, everything's damage per dark shroud on rogue, tempers, and like most of your key passes are caps. So you don't have to like worry about like kind of like same thing with your Paragon boards are mostly the same. I think like after a certain point, you don't have the progression anymore, and it's like you're just gonna naturally play less because you've got everything already. So the excitement of trying to find the next piece goes down the toilet real quick. Does the aspect on the beast fall matter for Renovails? No, it doesn't. I actually have a good pair of beast fall beads. I'm happy with them. Wait, why can't I? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I need damage per dark shroud still. Cool. I wonder if I should do innovation. Or should I do... We'll do innovation. +1 innovation. I'll probably leave it at that. Renamir just dropped. Guess Heartseeker is a go. Okay, so I got these three. I need to temper. Not temper, but master word the shadow clone. Nice. That's the 1. Damage for Dark Shroud, I guess. Dex. Maximum life. Boo. I really don't want to spend my mass trying to get a double roll on the Shadow Clone, but it's kind of needed for 100%. The others are not as nearly as important. Like I can just send those and it's fine, but this one. Looking for the to boss world for any bills? Nah. Arceus always been been main for a while. Yeah, I do it every season, or I update it every season for Max Roll. And also one of my favorites to play, regardless of like what state it may or may not be in. I enjoy it more this season because I could play that range now, so like that's always kind of exciting for me. Do I risk it? Decide to see if I can get the double. Probably not. Okay, there we go. No, how about this? Let's go ahead and do the others, so I can totally see how many mats I have left. Give me at least one crit on Dex. That's all I'm asking. Crit once on Dex, and then we'll send it. Bro, I can't even get Dex. It's for everything but Dex. There you go. One crit on Dex. Okay, and then go. I don't know what that's supposed to be. That's gonna be all res, isn't it? Oh well. I'll try that Starless for this, yeah. Because I'm gonna put a Podjik instead there. What's the next thing? And it's a sword, right? Yeah. We're gonna do Dex. Yeah, just Dex. I guess projectile cast, I guess, from my normal Heartseeker. But probably Dex. I guess either or is fine. I'm gonna run out of materials before I even get to my crossbow. Trying to do it. Getting unlucky with the first crit usually. It seems like Dex. Okay, I'm cool with that. We'll send it. Of course. Lots of blues. Right. Oh I do not have the mask for this. In fact, actually, let me salvage. It's a fate I'm not going to use anymore. So let me salvage that one too. Okay, now we can kind of want the Dex too, but now you want to give me Dex? Let's see something. Dex twice. Generally speaking, that's what I normally would want, but not in this case. Game trolling me. Might have to change the cursor color to manifest better crits. You know what? Didn't even think about that, honestly. That's an excellent conspiracy theory right there. Maybe I'm only getting blues because my cursor is blue. There we go. More crit on it. I might get to the point where I'm gonna just have to send it. I'm not gonna have enough mats to keep trying. And then come back and do it properly later. So probably in the next one. Alright, 70 damage. Nah, let's reset. Slot machine simulator, yep. So the next time I get Shadow Clone Blue, I'm just gonna send it full no matter what. I'm gonna regret it, but we're gonna do it. There we go. Alright, we're sending it. And then redoing it later. Crit damage, no. And then Dex. Alright. All blues again. And that blue actually has to be a different stat anyways. So that doesn't really help. Mm. I wonder if this would be enough. Actually, I just took off the health, didn't I? So I'm gonna be low health. Probably should have took off the crit damage, not the health. Oh well. I guess I can keep the health here. Take off this. We'll do yeah, okay. Then we got has to be all res here. Got Moonrise. Clip. Is Behemoth? Apagic. Then we're gonna put summons. All right, that about covers it, I think. I think you need cost reduction, resource cost reduction. I mean, you're probably right. I got innovation on my amulet. I got shadow clone reduction on one of the rings. And 2 innovations here. Oh no, I do. So I have 5. Okay, so I have a lot. And I might come back and put health back on there.
The stars made manifest.
What was here? Circe. Pretty sure I have those runes. Alright, just making sure I yeah. Yeah, that should be everything. Keyword should. Let's see if I got a better adapt. Probably not, but just curious. Oh, I did. So from point 83 to point 87. I'll take it. Pinch shot a good bit of run this season. Yeah, it's a Azarath related build, so just understand that you are building around Azarath. So if it seems like people are only putting 1 point into pin shot or whatever and not maxing out, it's because pin shot itself is not dealing the damage. It's the sword part proc that is, but it does feel like it's pin shot doing the damage, so people are having fun with it. So if you like pin shot, I think you would like you would enjoy this season. We find use for the crossbow. Yeah, me too. Like so I will use it. I just don't know which route I want to go with it yet. Do I want to go with the Heartseeker projectiles or the Shadow Clone double damage yet? And so I don't want to touch it until I know. For sure. For now, I'm like in testing phase again. What happened to my Ares? Got them both here. Oh, because Starless guys had. That's what it is. That's double. I mean, I wrote it on the thing, so that shouldn't be the thing. What did I give up? I must have gave up something. Oh, that's why. Because I was playing some TQC for fun just to see. Totally forgot. Gotta. So yeah, I'm not gonna ever use any regular boots. I'm for sure probably not gonna play any Shadow Step this season. But how'd you get that boot? He just rode that way, or did you like did you price the market for it? What was I doing? Okay, no, Paragon points. Guess we'll get some health. That's actually better health. I don't have enough points to get there though. Points away. That works. I can just come around this way. Okay. I needed to get there, so we'll go. I guess that works. Now I gotta change my keys. Go back to default. We're gonna try barrage. I have a good enough win force for it, but yeah, I have to because I have to update the guide for it. So I definitely have to try it out. But it'll be like maybe like I don't know, like a week from now ish type thing. Just double, triple check, and I'm not missing anything. Execute. Alright, so I guess I don't need the resource like the reactive is. This is before I say that, let's do the multiple training dummies. That dip is scary though. What about the flurry mass? probably may not get around to flurry before I'm kind of like done-ish with the season. We'll see though. I don't think I'm missing anything. I'll keep this for now, but eventually I do want to change out the crown. Glyphs are in place. Don't think I'm missing anything. All right, well, actually, let's do a stronghold, and then we'll do a pit. Not stronghold. Nightmare dungeon. And we're crowning with the, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. These things gotta spawn faster. Now let me not do that one. Think Azarath this patch is buff? No. Because that stuff got weaker to the point where Azarath just became stronger by or got strong by default. Up in the tricks boards, it does not work with the clone. I had a feeling it wouldn't, despite the wording saying it should. So I just didn't bother putting it there. And then I think Peach tested it and found out that it didn't work for the clone. So. Yep. Can't say I'm not surprised. Like, I don't know how I feel about this yet because, again, this isn't that rare dungeon, but Nothing in there. Nothing in there. All right, let's do a pit. Probably start with 80. Like 80 is enough. It's enough of a resistance. So it's confirmed Shadow Clone Pancwork is making this build way more damage. Yeah, because you can definitely tell when you don't have Pancworkers on. Like you swap to a different glove, you like you know. So I guess I'm trying to put more emphasis around Pancworkers than I was before, and the clone. Thinking maybe I can kind of squeeze out maybe a couple of more tiers roughly. Because that's the thought process. So if I can get the clone to do double damage more often, that should be more damage on the proc of the Pink Warrior. So that's why I had to get a new crossbow. So it's really not about how many projectiles we shoot per se, because Pink Warriors doesn't proc on the second projectile for our Seeker. So it's really not that important. For Pink Warriors, that is. The clone here, the damage from Moonrise, it does. Yep, that and the ability and all that. We thought we can do like a Pajek on two-hander instead. The idea of that makes me cringe, but I see the logic there. At the same time, though, with how often my smoke grenade comes out of cooldown, I might can give up the wolves maybe, and go with the DPS option or Vex. Has a new flurry, maybe a combination with Azarath. Flurry doesn't have good lucky hit, so the Azarath doesn't work well with it. Azarath is literally a proc item. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're gonna do Azarath, you have to build around it. Therefore, you do no damage, but Azarath does all the damage. But you have to build it that way. You have to build completely around it. It's like basically Andario's helm, but in sword form. Be nice if you could prop penguins with victimize.
See some steel you need? Ain't nothing starting from nothing.
All right, let's oops. I think I saw it and then it went away. I went through it too fast. There it is. Pairings, what's up, man? It's been a bit. How have you been, man? How's your summer? It's about to build flare for speed farmer and perma teleport and the higher damage of the helm looks fine. Should be stronger than Dance of Naj, right? Yeah. Yeah. It made it a good idea to switch to this build without basic sword. The hardcore, and I don't got the weapon at the moment. I probably wouldn't do it without the sword. A lot of your damage does come from the sword. And the build kind of functions like on Maxro. I do have it. I do have a starter version that doesn't have the sword, so you can do it without the sword, but that's up to you. He's in hardcore though. But yeah. Ran out of energy. I hate pushing that button on accident. Not too great. So in Discord chat. Okay. All good, man. Tell me Discord. I say yeah. I'll definitely take a look at it. What's the best word? Music in here? You know it. I'm gonna see if I can get rid of the Severin. Give me like another almost tier of damage. I'm like choosing like Vex. I'll use the 88 as like my playing ground though. Oof. Another beast. Also, in the meantime, okay. I will say that like I can't again early runs or whatever, but I don't feel. I don't really feel much of a difference versus what I was doing before. I'll do another run though. Yeah, I don't feel like it was any like noticeable. Oh yeah, this is definitely a different type thing. I mean, it could be like slightly better, but it doesn't seem like it's tangible. Uh, oops. Snakes are terrible. All right, let me pull out of this real quick. I feel like this is gonna be a longer one than usual. Also, the map is kind of bad. All right, let me swap a few things around just to kind of just a few things. Let's put this here and go back to the other sword so that we can just swap the weapons around to focus on the projectiles versus the shadow clone damage, just to see if there's any like inherent difference. Same map. And snake mobs. Hey, snakes. Yeah, it just all kind of just feels similar to me. Um, I would think that the difference between 36% chance for double damage from the clone, shadow clone, versus the 85% should be a massive, should be a pretty noticeable difference when it comes to the pain proc. I know it's not perfect, like perfectly masterwork, but it just seems very. Hmm. I don't know. Let's go back and then swap out some other pieces. Well, let's go to Starless.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. I recommend the Heartseeker build. Yeah, I do. I would say the only time I would not recommend it is if you are planning on trying to compete on the leaderboards for on hellties.com. Like if you do a lot of actual pit pushing or whatever, then you either want to go with Pin Shot, Azarath, or Death Trap, or even Rain of Arrows actually. But if you're not trying to do that, you just want a good build which you can level your gems and play at a range and it's super easy to play, then yeah, Heartseeker is that. So it definitely feels better with the Starless guys. I can tell a difference between running Starless and not running Starless. And it could just be because the damage is more consistent. I don't know. Also having the extra breakpoint or two from the attack speed also makes a difference. But they get way lower before they become unstoppable when I'm doing Starless guys. That you're going Heartseeker. I play it every season. Right now I'm just trying to find like the say best way to play it, but more of a there are some different routes you can kind of go. I'm just trying to figure out what makes the most sense right now. I didn't have on my buff set right there. Okay. So that did feel better, like a little better. Let's go with Pod. Go ahead. Let's get rid of Vex, not Vex, but Behemoth for.
May your road be filled with wonders.
I'm almost tempted to just throw Moonrise on like a ring and then put a Podrick on like a two-hander to really see. I mean, that's gonna like really tell me whether how much the clone is really doing on Engorgers, really, right? Should. However, I don't know if I can do that with Starless though. I don't know. This is a really bad map to try this on either because of walls. Something a little bit more open so my Heartseekers isn't hitting the wall. The disc for him, yeah, that's what I did. But yeah, we're not doing this map. I don't think I can kill some elite pack without making them unstoppable first. Like I get close, but don't have like the raw DPS to technically do that yet. Oh, a couple of 14 bill hits. I guess whatever setup allows me to do that, and then I'll be like, all right, that's the one on the 85. Almost actually. That was close. So where do I get these different arcane and Cadillac jewels? So the jewels you get from the recipes that you find in the Nightmare Dungeons. The Arcana you get from Nightmare Dungeons itself by picking them up off the ground from strong rooms. So basically, you just gotta do Nightmare Dungeons for these things. Damage reduction mob. I guess I'll finish this one out. Impressed with this poison pulverize. How was it doing? While using the wolves runes, because they can proc the Pangorger's mark consistently, 100% of the time, making sure that my Pangorger's proc every time. Now, of course, I can kind of get it done with poison smoke grenade too, whatever like that, but it doesn't cover the whole area. And I don't get to spam it as often, so the wolves kind of like guarantees it. But I thought about changing it out. Yep, they actually do a lot. They freeze enemies. They make them vulnerable, which is also useful. And they also pop the Pangorger's marks. Do you think RoA is the best character right now? Well, not the strongest character, no. I guess best is kind of subjective. What I mean by suggestive, I mean like, to your question, like, strongest doesn't necessarily mean the best, I guess, for you. If you're not having fun playing the strongest build, then is it really the best? But considering that there's no like in-game leaderboard or like rewards or anything like that for it, then it's kind of like, it's kind of up to you to define what works for you. If you're just looking for absolute what gives the best number, what class gives the highest numbers or whatever, it is not Rogue at all. I'm gonna go back to my original setup. Wait, why can't I? Bruh. He's like against the wall, so my second hit isn't happening. But I guess if most of my damage is really from the proc, does it really matter that he's against the wall then? That took way longer to kill him than it should have. I'm just trying to get my glyphs to 46, jump right into 56 and see it, and I beat it without any glyph level. Oh, nice. I wonder how like it really feels against bosses though, because like that would, considering that Polarized was never really good against bosses to begin with, and then the poison thing is really has nothing to do with bosses at all. It's more AOE. I guess kind of just thought that would be like a natural problem. Okay. Let's go. The original setup here. How I had it. Never mind. I guess we did it. Wait, what did I wait. What did I put? I must have put a project on the sword, right? Okay. Make sure I didn't screw something up. Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, we're good. Alright. Very bad start with the ER mobs not getting caught in that pool and the chilling wind. It actually wasn't that as bad as I thought that was gonna be. Right there. No, these guys came at the absolute wrong time. It's the most efficient way to get the Shard of Wrath here. The class does not matter at all now. For that. Keep doing the frontal hordes and gamble swords or whatever if you're really looking for it. And you will get it eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Blame. I do think that Pengorges is doing a bit of damage, right? Like, it's a pretty significant portion of it, but I don't know if it's worth losing other things like double projectiles for both you and your regular clones damage at the same time. Because like this has been a really shitty experience so far in 85, and it's felt better even in worse scenarios than the other setups I've done so far. And I don't know why it shouldn't. Like if it was all gloves, it shouldn't be that way. Not like way better, but like it felt a little bit better. Like if this feels a tad bit better. Like there's been awful scenarios on that first map. It could be maybe victimized might be or like the victimized proc might be covering a little bit more ground than I thought. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I like this better. Don't think so. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. I can't really tell you what it is. I mean, we're trying to figure it out, right? I really don't know.
Oh, really? Suppressor. And then damage reduction mob. Didn't even see him. Yeah, this has been an awful time here. Yeah, so far this has been the best 85 run, and that first floor was absolute trash. And the second half of this floor was really bad too. I mean, I just played it bad, but still. Do I have any mobs left? That's what it was. I do think that there's probably very little difference between the Starless Skies and, like, let's say a regular ring with like GA decks, damage per Dark Shroud, and like a 30% aspect. It's probably be very close, especially if we have GA decks percent on an amulet. I think at that point it almost becomes more preference than anything. Do you want to attack a little bit faster, or do you want to deal slightly more damage? Almost like a bow to crossbow scenario. I ran out of my elixir. Actually, when did I run out of my elixir? Yeah, you're right. I agree. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Freaking Mother's Judgment. The longest boss fight. That's like I got her almost 3 staggers this time. What happened the first time? Was I just playing bad or what? Okay. I do want to try something else different though. Let's put on Crown. Let's put on Crown, and then let's change the rune from Seth to Vex. And see if I can like squeeze out another, like, I don't know, one tier worth of damage, I guess.
I don't even need to master word this, do I? I can just go as is. Actually, what is my crit chance? 76. $86. Okay, I'm capped. I was good to say. I'll take off this though. That's 31 crit chance. I can still cap if I put 1 point to the Dark Shroud here if I wanted. Pretty sure that covers it, like almost right at it. 45. I also forgot about this. That's just crit chance. No, I mean attack speed. Oh, okay, never mind. 15%. So 15%. Says 67, 90. This would be 100. So we just pull a point somewhere. Other than the math of filling glyph versus stacking decks. For if you have dex percent on your amulet, stacking decks is definitely like better. Slightly better than like filling out the glyph. Now, honestly, most of your glyphs though are like they don't really have like a well, yeah, I mean, like so filling all the glyphs that have like magic and rare nodes like bonuses don't do anything at all. So like if you're gonna fill out the glyph, you'll be filling out canny and control, right? Yeah. The dex would be better, just because like as long as you have a GA dex on your amulet, the dex would be better. If not, then that's a good question. I just only know the answer when you have GA decks. I don't know the answer if you don't. Decks before canny and control even. Did you fill out Headhunter already? So like is Headhunter already filled out? Because you definitely want to fill that out. Of course. I think controls bonus is actually pretty like it gives you a lot per node. But given that like it's intel, right? I don't know. Because like control is usually on the first board and it's actually kind of easy to cap it, like to fill it. So I mean you could do that. I probably wouldn't fill canny or whatever board that is, because that's probably all over the place. But I have control on the first board and that can be filled pretty easily with intel without going too far out like in crazy places. But canny might be a bit more of an investment. There's a lot of decks in the first board too. There is. I think what do I have at Hunter right now? I have it here. I think it's like let's see, let me check. So there's 105 decks in the first board. And then 110 decks on the Eldritch Bounty board, which is where I have. No, that's not where I have Hunter. I have it on Exploit Weakness. That's also 110 decks. But yeah, Eldritch Bounty and Exploit Weakness have I'm gonna 10 decks, but I think I like Eldritch Bounty for like canny or control because it's so little investment just going from, you know, outside the board to get to the glyph spot and then leaving. Like there's very little investment. You take intel there, which is why I like that board for intel. But that's where I have canny and controls in the first board because it's kind of easy to kind of get that capped as well. Let me know what you come up with, Blaine, because I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I haven't like put too much thought on like revamping Paragon boards or anything like that lately. Just cause well yeah, just cause just cause I don't have any other reasoning. I guess there's potential to up my shadow. Like, here's the thing. So this is my. So you saw that run we just did, right? Like this is. I have no master working on my shadow clone double damage here at all whatsoever. So if I double crit on that, like that should be bad. That should help. But this felt better, like slightly better. Like we're talking about like a smidge better. But again, if Kane is doing all the heavy lifting, then I should have noticed a bigger difference. It should have been obvious. And I'm gonna tell you, none of this was, none of this has been obvious at all. And I'm probably sure it hasn't been from a viewer experience either. Then you guys have been like, "Yo, yeah, that's the one." Totally tell. Yeah, I agree, Blame. I don't think I'm gonna try to figure out what that is tonight though. But you're right. It has to be something. All right, let's see if I can sustain this. How much this is with crown. How this is gonna feel. I guess if I did crown though, would I be better off? Be better off with this ring instead, right? With the innovation. For sure. I'm pretty sure. Even if it is just +2. Yeah, we have to get a slight upgraded on our cold clip. No, we didn't. It's still 30 now. Okay, remember that close? Nice. Okay. All right. Well, let's see how this feels. Hey man, I haven't played Hearts of the Blast. Could we pair Varathia with Azarath? I've tried that several times with the really good Azarath, and it's just not worth, honestly. because it's not. You would think so with Heartseeker having like pretty good like or good lucky hit chance, but it hasn't panned out to be any better than just playing it the regular way, honestly. But trust me, I've tried like several times. Like I tried with a pretty mediocre Azarath and thought maybe my Azarath just wasn't good enough, and then I got a good Azarath and I was like, okay, maybe now I feel a difference, and it just didn't. It was like slightly worse. To my ranged Heartseeker again. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And right now, I'm trying to go through all the different, possible setups to do this with, and so I'm still trying to experiment, see if we can get more out of it. So I wonder, I wonder if I wonder if that DR effect was affecting it that far. I didn't realize it. Okay, what happened to the other dude? Another DR. We've had no energy. I feel like even with Starless, there's gaps in my energy being like just ridiculously low. And it might be, I'm thinking to myself too, blame that like if there's an area where there's like walls, which is a lot of the time, if the ricochet hits a wall, then you're not getting the energy. And they, so if the ricochet hits a wall and wax procs, then getting that energy back is gonna take a little longer because you're not getting that ricochet. So even though like in theory the crown makes crown makes more sense, I think in practice air is the way to go. Now I do want to do just custom. Oh no, I have the primary here. Oh no, like so it wasn't me like running out of energy. It was more so of like just watching the globe, how consistent I was kind of like. How's that? We could throw in the bottle. A bottle. This is really not helping as much, like at all. It feels like. I'm gonna change my catalyst. I probably do disintegrate. Maybe that could be a thing. You got a way to make enemies vulnerable to build it? Yeah. Many ways. Like cold clip does it. This cold clip gives you your cold imbuement, and then this makes them vulnerable. Cold imbued skills have a 40% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. So there's that. And then in the build guide, we use, I tell you about the Sev rune, right? So, where is it at? There we go. So the wolves also proc vulnerable as well. They proc vulnerable, they freeze, and they they proc your Pain Gorgers really easy. So you always have vulnerable. And perma pain proc and other things. Let me do that with that. Let's put the reactive ooze. And then we can go resource cost reduction here. %. Sounds like a low roll. Yeah, let's try to get a little higher. 16.8. We can do a little better. That's what I'm talking about.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Yeah, that's it. Wait, so much news. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Just trying to keep the Heartseeker fun alive for people who like Heartseeker, such as myself. I'm about to do some rainy rails in a minute. Kind of towards the end of my experimentation with Heartseeker. Oh, really? Really? That wall? And chilling ones. Oh, this has been really bad. So yeah, my energy does definitely look better. Cameron had not used to boss well with the power that grants unstoppable. But you gotta keep in mind you are losing Heartseeker ranks too. That's the only reason why I haven't tried.
You're tired. Dude, I thought I've had similar thoughts. Don't feel bad. And now I'm like, oh yeah. Just before I secret race server for next slot. I guess another thing to consider is that might sound weird, but does the crown damage work for the Paingorger's proc? I would assume it does, but given how many bugs that crown has had over the seasons, not that I would notice a huge difference between the two anyways. I mean, yeah, it's 60 versus 75, right? But I'm curious. But all right, I think I need a shake up. Let's do some Ring of Arrows. Let me walk around, stretch, and do some Ring of Arrows. I do think mostly outside of the Crown versus Air. I think mostly how I have it written already, I think makes the most sense on the max roll. But oh yeah, I also did try to close quarters combat like off stream like earlier today. And
Stars guide you.
I mean, kind of like you said, it felt practically the same. I even did the whole like jump in the proc and then jump back out to try to get the or Dead Eyes buff and stuff like that. But much like you felt, it felt practically identical. That one. Let me do the other helms. I can have it saved. Grab here, going on here. Oh yeah, and remove that. Okay. Renoville's time. I think I'm gonna do so we've been doing Victimize all this time, right? So this is going to be precision. But actually before I do that actually Gotta farm for mats. Dang it. Got. Alright, so let's switch back to our secret because our secret is more fun to farm T4 with. So almost ran of rails. If I don't get to it tonight, it'll definitely be tomorrow. I guess at some point tomorrow, I gotta make the hard secret video and random rails video probably the next day. I'm also gonna try some combo points, precision combo points at some point, probably late next week. Again, for those who didn't hear before, not that I think it's gonna be good or anything. It's gonna be dog shit, and I know it. But I if I'm gonna give feedback towards Blizzard, I need to say, hey, I played it, and it is still dog shit. Right. But you never know. Just like Pain Gorgers was a nice surprise. Let me read some stuff. Only the note is good. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Sorry, I'll be right back. Let me take a walk. What is his name? I got nerfed. Bro, you got your Hydra sword, man. Y'all doing good. Y'all doing just fine. You know what I'm gonna do? What I want to do, just because I want to. Oh man, I forgot I rolled damage versus distance on this ring. I did all res on this ring. I'm gonna do attack speed on it. And just do the instance of
May your road be filled with wonders.
go on the other ring. Broke his spawn dragons. Took a bite. Yeah, Hydras are like a really just. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hydra's like the brain dead build of the season, right? Like the ultra hands off. I'm just doing this as a personal preference, not because I think this is better. I got a perfect conceded. Nice. No, yeah, I do need that. I was gonna say I don't need that. I'm like, no, I do need that. Let's see this as something else. Farm as HS or something. I don't know. Appreciate the follow. Guess do you guys even do any escalation sigils that don't have Heraldic strong rooms in them? Like, I almost feel like there isn't really a reason to do any of them that don't have them. My opinion, I don't know. Like, is there any other like decent ones? I guess equipment delve is actually kind of okay. Actually, I haven't done one. Little hope appreciate the follow. I haven't done an equipment delve one actually. Oh, the following ones might have though. So even if they don't have the affix, it can still have a strong. Oh, okay. I was getting ready to salvage them. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Appreciate y'all. I was getting ready to rip. Literally rip them.
Is everybody max to the actual plan for our seeker? It should be in my Discord. So I have a builds thing in my Discord. So that link is everything that I update consistently. That's also on Maxroll. It says PTR, but it's the actual like thing. That's what I'm planning to do for Minimax. Cool. Let me know if you find something that I may be missing. Not too many of us are actually playing, basic builds at the moment, so second pair of eyes would be very helpful. Although I do think Deadly Ambush would probably be better than Exploit Weakness for like ultra min maxing. I just hate that board. And it's useless for T4 farming. Can you edit the planner is a real question? You could probably... What you could probably do is... like... I guess you should be able to. I don't have it locked. But then just save it as a new planner link or something like that, and then you can edit it from there as your own. Pretty sure that works. It's locked? Oh, okay. Oh, you got it? Okay. Wait, did I get the extra? Oh, this is what it is. The reward cache. This is it? This is it? You're kidding. Bro, we're kidding, right? 5 non-ancestral items. Okay. Bro, that was not worth. That was not worth it all. We're never doing that again. Ever.
See some steel you need.
Ever.
My hammer sings on your return.
Like that hurt. That hurt. That hurt my soul. Gotten wisdom. Oh yeah, so there is a strong room. Cause I got the whole like compass now, looks like. Started the season with minion necro, it's been so easy to get online. Love it. Nice. How is minion necro doing this season? You can play Heartseeker, makes it try it again. Heartseeker is just Heartseeker is just stupid fun. It is like the pew pew. Yeah, it's back to being a range build now, so there is that. They want to relearn how to play with the new uniques, Ping, Gorgeous, and Shard. There's really not anything to learn, honestly. Like, it's literally the same left click or whatever button your Heartseeker is on as before. And the guy just kind of, you know, the guides that we do just kind of make sure that you have the energy necessary to, you know, not run out or whatever. But it's really chill in terms of like farming is concerned. Now pushing obviously will require all the cow traps and, you know, smoke grenade and all that stuff or whatever, but you know, for extra damage. But outside of that, like right now, like the farming there right now is literally just spamming Heartseeker mainly. There's nothing mechanically new to learn, I'll put it that way. I see what time it is right now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to whatever else tonight. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
That's one. Mercat Gaming, what's up? What's going on? How long does it take you to unlock the Arcana abilities? Takes a while. They have fixed it to where you get them quicker now, but they seem to drop more in T4 than the other tournaments. So it might just scale. But be careful, like when you're doing strong rooms or whatever, that like the items you get from the chests, sometimes you'll see blue or yellow. They're actually the Arcana powers. So don't forget to pick them up. Like they're not like rare, you know, equipment. They're like the actual powers and stuff like that, or blue equipment. Some of us have made that mistake. See, there you go. See, Thunder, you go say, yeah, I did that. Yeah, it's just, I guess your brain is just wired to like ignore anything that isn't like brownish orange or whatever. Go this way. T1 is definitely not the best option. If you had a brand new build and you haven't gotten the stuff to be able to do the other tournaments, and that's one thing. But if you can do them a little bit higher and they don't take too long, I would up the tournament. If your build can get it done. This is the T1 to farm your last you need for your pulverized build. Yeah, well, I would do that first then, and then worry about the powers later, kind of. I don't know much about like how it's built this season for pulverized, but I can't imagine there's like a single power that makes pulverized like nasty good. I mean, there's something that might help, but nothing that would be more important than like a build defining unique. You know what I mean? The new weapon carries you. It's disgusting.
where am I going? It's a really big area. Kind of better route for Paragon board, but I'm losing 8% max life. Is it because you're taking a different board, or is it because you just don't want to use extra points to get to the max life? How many points would you save if you took the max life? The reason why I ask is because, like, the reason why I have it the way I do on the site is that, like, I gotta be careful not to make people make people too glassy, I guess you could say. So not taking a max life load is on a board is kind of a no-no for like a macro build. Now personal build for sure. Like, you know, if I don't need the life, I'm skipping it, right? But yeah. But if you find a better route with you know, saving a significant amount of points but being able to keep all the life nodes, let me know. Trying not to take any armor nodes. Gotcha. There's no Batista Gamers in chat. He probably fell asleep to the stream. I know he was here earlier, chatting, but he hasn't said anything for like 4 hours, almost. But nah, we friends. We work together on Maxroll. He's the newest rogue specialist for Maxroll now. We picked him up like about 2 months ago. What's the build? Is there a planner? Yeah. This is our seeker. I'm just trying to stop and hold up. He did mention our seeker build. I didn't know he was affiliated with Maxroll. Yeah, he's new though, like newer, so he hasn't been affiliated for long. Yeah, he was an awesome pickup. That I was happy to get him on board. You're not taking any the DR from vulnerable on expert weakness. Ah, okay, I see. You're moving the whole left side of the dance board. Okay. should probably do the same thing and like focus on trying to get more decks and on my headhunter board or headhunter node or headhunter glyph. Sorry. Yeah. All right.
I'm not done yet. Let's make them pay.
I was trying to do a single target. It's okay. It's still be better, you know, AoE or like clearing or whatever. A single target's okay though. It's not terrible, but it's not great. But it's good enough. Like you don't feel like you never feel like you can't play the build because of your single target damage, if that makes sense. What hit can you hit with this build? Probably caps at around 95 roughly. With like near perfect gear and like fishing. I'm like, wait, what happened? Top secret this season, yeah. Can you get the build link? Exclamation mark build. Just exclamation mark build. No link after that. Just build. What is materials reserve anyway? I assume that does not include masterwork and materials. Yeah, I would say Heartseek is probably one of my favorite builds to play this season, just because I can play that range again, and that always feels really good.
See some steel you need?
Let's see. How much masterwork and materials I got so far? 9K. That's all. What do I really need? It's just a Sky Hunter, right? I believe Sky Hunter and maybe Crown. I'm trying to think of what I need to masterwork to make it work, or to make the switch. Correct assumption. What was my assumption again? I totally forgot. Heroic Materials Reserve does not have masterwork materials in it, I assume. Is that what I said? Okay. Although there's probably Forgotten Souls in here, no? No? Ice Secret Ice Wolves, which you built 2 seasons ago. Why'd you go Ice Wolves though? 2 seasons ago. But yeah, the wolves are cool. I would definitely say that. You break every item this season. Ooh. Look at it doesn't really matter which one of those I pick, I guess. At this point.
No. Are you serious? I just missed out on it. Are you kidding me? I probably should have just rushed to the Western car. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh well. I only care about the match with the match anyway.
Canadian Arrow raided my stream with 16.
Canadian Arrow
dark
with the raid.
We just got raided, son.
What is going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Gotta get a dance.
Sheezy, out.
What is going on? What is going on? How's it hanging? Canadian. Wonder breads. Wax. Heartseeker plus Hazardous could be good, right? So the thought is there because, of course, you know, good lucky hit chance from Heartseeker, but it doesn't work as well as it may seem. I've tried it like several times this season, thinking maybe something was wrong with me, but nah, it's just not worth. It's good. What you been cooking up? Cooking levels. This has been as slow as you just started. Okay, fair. The clones always cold and YouTube. They do get the benefit of cold clip. I'll put it that way. You playing Heartseeker Azrael? You like it? I guess the thing is that like, while it is a little bit worse, you don't even really get to see the effect because you have Pangorgers proccing as well. So it's like you don't really get the benefit of like seeing what Azarath is doing. and I guess it ends up becoming a worse option, slightly worse option. But you can totally do it. I'm totally not saying don't do it. Oh, this is cleared. But it's like for me, if I'm gonna take an option that's like slightly less good, I wanted to have some sort of like dopamine behind it, some sort of like visual effect or something like that that makes it look cool for doing so. Like I'll take a slight DPS if whatever it is I'm doing is like looks hella cool, or as a fun factor that I can't see, that that I otherwise normally wouldn't get. Again, get this whisper quick. Do it mainly because of the task speed. You should be capped though. Like if like a properly built Heartseeker will be capped. So that means you can't go any faster anyways. So like if you shoot like a machine gun, it's because you don't have enough attack speed elsewhere, and you wasn't capped yet. But the regular build, you should be capped and be able to shoot like that too. However, that is a faster way to get more attack speed if you're not capped, so that works as well. I feel like some damage reduction mobs are here. I'm not fully geared. As of just a 3GA. That's fair. That's fair. We do what we gotta do when we're still gearing up. I remember last season when I was like leveling, I was wearing frost burns for like a good chunk of the time because I could not find a better glove. And for early on, it actually worked pretty well. Laduga, what's going on, man? 11 months in a row subbed. What a baller. How's it going? I looked away for like 2 seconds and I got blown up. But that was for the sword, and also I got a very legendary helmet. Oof. I'm gonna kill T2 bosses with the current setup. I'm gonna go T3. I will have meaningful combat like you too. Fair. Well, he last past one stagger. What I did too was I played the pitch I built last season. Well, the pitch I built last season and this season are entirely different
See some steel, you need.
for sure. But I got you. There's no quick whisper, is there? This could be a boss, right? It's gonna be a boss whisperer. Usually there's always one each rotation. Oh, I don't see one. Huh. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I got 7 minutes. Okay. A range, not close quarters combat. Nope. It is victimize. Or back to victimize. You have the little wolves for consistent pain gorgeous proc. Oops.
It is done.
Okay. Well, I guess they didn't give me any more mass than that I initially thought. Alright, I guess we can attempt to go ahead and do some random rail stuff. Might not be a lot of experimenting tonight, but because it's already late for me. But we'll start.
Greetings. How's my hammer?
Go ahead and make this swap, so we'll equip. Okay. I kind of need my gems. You know how I'm making Penguin Gorgeous product? There's an aspect that it's got to shoot arrows and apply vulnerable.
They're constantly affected by pain gorgers, gloves that way. Yeah, the wolves do that too. And I don't have to do anything. So like the rune Sith with the runes that like the wolves you saw happening, they just literally just chomp at stuff, and every time they chomp, they proc pain gorgers. So I don't have to like so like I'll put it this way, putting it on an aspect on the boots versus like let's say Beastfall with max resource or what is it, Penitent Agrees, you lose a little bit less that way. But I thought about that initially. And talking with B Dropper, who also does a lot of like pain gorger stuff, like pain gorger's testing or whatever. Like he uses Seth rune. You say you use it when you get the drop. It's a magic rune. You should have that quick. Like it's a it's a magic rune. You should get that. You should get that pretty early at some point. Anyway, like I had it like a level 35, 40 while I was leveling up. But yeah, it's stupid easy to get the proc with Seth rune. So you don't have to rely on like the traps to do that for you. It works. I'm not saying what you're doing is not work. It works. Like this is just like literally hands off. I do nothing. The wolves proc vulnerable, they freeze, and they proc pain gorges without touching a single key on my keyboard. You got ohms, but you don't have the sip. Wow, that's crazy.
Here you are.
I gotta put these runes in my stash. All this looks like a nightmare. So I kind of want to do the ultra tryhard variant here. This thing I haven't done in a long time, but we need to. What was that Sky Hunter I had? That one. That one. Is it in this stash? Did not. I probably put it out somewhere else. Hope I did. Or actually, whenever I put it, that's not it. That's something I salvaged on accident or something. Oh, come on. I know I didn't salvage it on accident. Please don't tell me I salvaged it on accident. I was almost certain I put it in my stash. Either I'm blind and I don't see it. None of these. There. What about Beastfall instead of Penitent Greaseford? You can get the 57 max resource, right? You can. It just really it just depends on how much max energy you already have. So keep in mind it has a diminishing returns. So like just adding 57 isn't necessarily like 57 to 0.9 to 0.9. You gotta think about how much energy you already have, right? So because I already have energy in my amulet because it just happened to roll that way, then the Penitent Grease is more damage.
So it's kind of hard to map that out. It just depends on how much energy you have in other places. So like your shard of Wrathio, of course, whether you got energy in your amulet or not, either by accident or you just didn't have a choice. Like I said, so you can go Beast Fall Boots. I think Penitent Grease is like slightly better than Beast Fall Boots. We're talking about like a couple of percent, but you can go either way. I cannot believe I do not have my Sky Hunter. Not farm for that too. So like, I actually like. Oh no, there it is. It was to the left of what I was looking at. Okay, I was going to say. I'm like, I know I did not salvage that thing. About to be mad. About to be big mad. If you have 300 max resource, you do 300. It's 99. You understand? It doesn't. Yes, that's true, but you got to look at it. You got to look at it by the amount of resource you're getting to the pool you already have. That makes sense. And then you got to think about what ends up being better. So like if you do the math versus like, let's say a multiplier, like by the way, if you remove 57 max resource from 300 and you do the math on that, and then you look at Penitent Grease as a 25% multiplier, right? Now you have to look at it in terms of, okay, doing the math from removing the resource, what percentage is that you just removed versus the percentage of the multiplier you got from Penitent Grease. That's what you got to do. So the 300 multiplied by 0.90 is not wrong, but you got to look at it as a whole, not just as individual. This must be good because this one part of the equation looks good. You got to look at it as the whole picture. Like Shaco is worse than Era Perdition, even though it does have the max resource on that too as well, and the plus skills, because of the same reason, because you already have resource. So there's diminishing returns with every point of resource you add. Like the value goes down. I'll give you a better example. I'll let you. I used this earlier in the chat. So if you have $100, right, and someone gave you $20, right, like that's good value because you only have $100. So if someone gives you $20, that's, you know, I'm gonna say a bit more than you had, but the percentage value of that $20 to the $100 you already have is worth it for you. Like that makes a difference value wise for what you can and can't do, right? If you have $1 million and someone gave you $20, it's still $20, yes, but the value, the percentage value of that $20 to that $1 million is like peanuts. Like, because you already have $1 million, so that $20 extra means very little to what you can and can't do. Versus if you only had $100 and you added $20 to that, that's probably the best way to explain that. So when you already have a lot of energy and you're adding 20 energy or 30 energy on top of a pool of 250 something energy, like there's diminishing returns to that. It's really not as much value per point of energy that you add for that aspect. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that other multipliers start to become better once you hit a certain diminishing return threshold. But if you had 0 energy, then Shaco would be better. If you had 0 energy, Beast Wall Boost would be way better. Now, if you have $20, if someone gives you $1 million, you give that person my number. But I can see why that's confusing a little bit on the surface. Like you would think you want to stack resource everywhere, right? And technically speaking, if you weren't losing anything by doing it, then yes, you would. But it's a trade-off. And then you have to find out whether that trade-off is worth it. And that's why we had to do the math to do that. Uh, okay, this is actually stutter step. Whatever. This is actually good enough though. All right, so we'll take this. Probably keep everything else. Got double damage here. Barrage projectiles, double damage. Probably need to roll off that that double damage actually. I mean that projectile. I wouldn't Heartseeker be better without shard. I'll be shooting without spending energy, so more damage. I mean, not worth more than 150 damage multiplier. Or only helps with the attack speed. No, it's also a multiplier, right? A huge one, 150 max, and the 5 basic skills. Keep in mind, victimize is not just proc damage anymore. Like it gives you raw damage, so you actually still deal damage. It's not like the old victimize. Now keep in mind, you get the bonus from when you shot your Heartseeker at the energy you were at. So as long as you have a lot of like energy regen, energy like sources to be able to gain your energy back, and your energy pool is full, when you shoot again, you get the maximum bonus of all of your you say it's aspect worthy. Oh, it's more than aspect worthy. Like there's most aspects don't give you 150% multiplier. Right, you get a lot of attack speed, you get maximum health, which also helps out with your adaptability. You get the basic attack, plus the basic attack. It is like not using it is like shooting yourself in the foot for sure. Yeah.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Hopefully I can get the right thing here. Ava, what's up, man? I guess this is good enough. 27, 34, 23. I wish that didn't roll min roll for the double damage there. I almost want to try to see if we can get higher than that. But I only have what, 4 rows left? You know what? We're gonna go for it. YOLO. It just been lower to 23%. Oh man. Now I might not get it. Oh, I did. 29. It's still a bit better than what I have, but still. So 63. So about 86 on a double damage there. I'll have to like temper this to make it work. Which I mean, I guess how much mass do I have? I don't know why I triple crit on the freaking damage production route. I'm still baffled by that. But I guess I didn't have enough mass to change it. Oh man, I only have 6k. All right, you might have to. Let me get 1 crit on the double damage real quick. Okay. And then send it, I guess. Whatever. What is it? Dex? Okay. Alright. We can work with it. 34, 34. 68. 91.2. 92%. So we're never at 92%. Chance double that. That's probably the closest I'm gonna be able to get for now. Didn't they mess precision with the caps? All of them got caps now. So all the key passes are roughly similar amounts of damage, just done in different ways. Now I did do. You weren't here the other days, a couple of days, but I actually did random rails yesterday with Victimize, and it actually worked really well. It worked exactly how I had in a planner, which is like usually never. I won't say usually never does work out, but there's always some like weird kink or something or whatever like that. But it worked literally exactly how I had it planner 1-to-1. Like everything worked out. The energy regain, all of it. Like no hiccups or anything, and it actually played practically what I thought, and also ended up, the strength is about what I thought it was going to be too. So I was actually pretty impressed by that. Like, all right, go me. That's pretty cool. Because you never know what's going to happen when a patch hit lives with Blizzard, man. You never know. But I do think precision has a slightly higher ceiling. It's just more. The problem with precision is just you don't know if you're proccing precision or not, like what rotation you're in. And that's the damage loss when you don't do it. But if you do it perfect, technically, you gain like a good 3 or 4 pit tiers roughly over a Victimize. But then you have the, the inconsistencies in which no one will ever play it perfect. It's impossible. So, but anyways, I'm going to do some messing around with this for precision, just to say that I did test precision. I don't want to like not do it. What did I have here? Cervex, right? Yeah. Where do gems for the jury drop from? Which jury? You mean like these jewels, like the seasonal jewels? These drop from Nightmare Dungeons. There's the strong rooms. They drop as recipes. Okay, so the funny thing is, literally, I can go from this. We have it set up right now for Victimize, and all I gotta do is do this. And now we're playing precision. I don't have to really change a thing. Although I don't need concealment though. Alright, but now we're gonna play ultra try hard. So we'll do that. Do this for the 15%. That. Oh, there we go. Okay.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
I have points, and I don't know why. No, I don't need innervation. What do I want here? Mm. Go. Let's put points there. Can't think of where else I will put them. All right, so that's precision. They're capped easily. Make sure my rain avails is 200. It is. I look at all the aspects again. Both of the Aerostorm ones are here. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go Grass with Shadow anymore though. Just saw a post from D4 with some merch, and people cooked them in the comments. They were mad that he was wearing D4 merch. My all res is bad. That's probably because I didn't grab this. Yeah, I didn't have the points for it yet. There we go. Okay, so then we need to remove one glyph for another. So versatility instead of fluidity. There we go. It's not rank as high, but makes the most sense here. Beast Fall boost is at 51. No problem with resource. About to unlock T3, so hopefully your luck changes and drops. Good luck, man. So we'll go with attack speed, spices. If we're capped. I'm wondering if Grass of Shadows is worth it over, like, let's say a regular glove with, I guess in this case, Behemoth. I mean, there is no scaling, right? On like a regular glove, like there's no scaling to take for anything. Everything's, you're capped. So I would assume Grass of Shadows would be the better option, even though the phone can't proc precision. Assuming that's the case. I guess I may have to mess around with something. Or even like Fist of Fate. I don't know. Fist of Fate might actually. I guess I wish my other Fist of Fate, didn't I? Because I didn't think I was going to use it anymore. You got some backups though, I guess. 295, yeah, I guess is a backup. That was it. I got another. I got 301. Lucky hit chance at 1%. Actually, don't even need to like masterwork it realistically for test purposes. Why is the Forgotten Soul struggle so real? Is what it is. Do I do Undercity for runes? I did not actually. Most of mine just came from bossing. All right, so what else do I need to do? Then I need to change my control scheme. Let me. Yeah. Actually, no. Let's keep the same control scheme. It's been a long time since I did ultra try hard. Don't even know his words. I might ask you for the first one at some point if I ever like play an Azarath build. Blame. I'll get that from you later. Did I try Lilith? Yeah, I did. I didn't have any issue at the time. I heard she can bug out, but I like when I was playing, I didn't have that issue. That attack speed. Okay, yeah, we have to use the other control scheme. I really need all these buffs to go away so I can like see my stacks. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. What's the DPS difference between frame 14 and frame 13? Gonna be 100% honest, I am not exactly sure, but most attack speed breakpoint most breakpoint differences are I guess for, if I remember correctly, most frame breakpoint differences for Heartseeker were around the 7% range.
So I guess it just depends. Like, it, if there's a conflict where you could choose something that's like a bigger multiplier versus the next, breakpoint. There really isn't many situations that's like that, but if you run into one, just know that it's about 7% roughly ish, give or take. Some breakpoints feel like a larger gap than others, so there kind of is that too. And it also just depends on the skill as well, but generally speaking, roughly 7%, give or take. Getting 13 with CQC, not maybe. Yeah. Well, you said you also didn't have a GA Ataspi on your star list either, right? I actually don't know how I feel about this. Gonna be 100% honest. It is precision, so I really should be seeing considerably bigger numbers on these casts. Although I do have two waves versus one wave when I was doing a crossbow with a project. I guess there's no other way to find out than to just play, do a thing. Since it's late, we'll just go straight to pits. Yep, I already see I can remove the task speed nodes from the witness board completely. That's a good point. Right. Yeah, that's a lot of points actually. That's potentially I'm so like, I have not played this in such a long time. I'm missing the rotations and everything. I call this ultra tryhard for a reason. be forced to play on your GS account? Why? You don't mind me asking. This feels really strange to me. Like really, really strange to me. Like I'm missing something like massive. That shouldn't be. At least I don't think so. Shouldn't have taken me nearly this long for this. Less precision is broken. Yeah, 2 staggers? No way. Like absolutely no way. Something's up. She wanted to catch up. I was supposed to wait for her, you didn't, and now you got to pay the price. Neither of y'all have kids? Isn't that what kids are for? Well, y'all doing it wrong then. Inefficient. Although I guess the thing is I'm not casting it as often, maybe Zan isn't worth, and I should go back to Ahu. So let's try it again with Ahu. I don't really think is gonna be that. Well, not. I don't know. That took way too long then. My kids are the Hygris and your GF sorcerer at the moment. The Rainbow Rogue.
Okay, so that Ohu did make a considerable difference, but I still think it should be bigger difference in this though. Let's lead. Let me conserve my time while I'm doing these testing. Let's see. Let's do the same thing, but with different weapon. Let's get the big chunky boy here. That's not it. There it is, this one. Cervix.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. Fare thee well.
I'm gonna laugh really hard if this is more effective. It technically should not be, but I'll laugh if it should, if it actually is. Behemoth. That piece can be a lot slower. What up, Tigers? What's happening, man? Bro, why is this two-hand crossbow doing work? You have a theory? Here you're out. Okay, what's up?
Now, if I was spamming like 1-to-1, the crossbow probably makes more sense. Simply because I'm only gonna get. Well, actually, I don't know. This still takes. I mean, this is still taking too long. But this is interesting findings though. Very sure clones fingers are only applying clones base damage. But if you want to like deep dive into that a bit more, that'll be greatly appreciated. Good morning, man. Chrono. I feel like I'm gonna have to go 1-to-1. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do Ultra Shroud. I'm gonna have to like practice this some more. I mess up. My rotation's way too much. But ironically enough, playing this the way I'm playing right now with the crossbow was actually better than the Sky Hunter. I really feel like precision isn't really getting it's doesn't really feel. I don't feel the oomph from precision at all. That 360% when it actually like pops off versus like doing like, let's say, victimize the 75%. Like the damage numbers should be like ridiculously different, like, and they're not. Like, maybe I should go fist to fate with precision, but anyhow, let's beat the test process. We're gonna do actually this one. There's a reason.
See some steel you need?
Let's just skip right to 1-to-1. Just we have. I guess you probably do need to go concealment in it. Oh no, we don't. Actually, we do not. So I guess we could put in poison. All these bugs. Or not getting amplified by double damage. Yeah, there might be something you have to be in the training room and like hit things with the consistent damage thing to kind of really find out.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Right? Kind of respect. And this gives me. Wait. Oh. Here. Cowboy, what's going on, man? Also, Bashari, what's going on? Bashari? Bashari. I don't know if I'm close. Appreciate the follow. Oh, cow trust. Okay, so let's go to Sky Hunter first. Actually, let's keep it with the crossbow. Maybe I'm wrong, answer because that's stupidly strong right now. I don't know, man. I'm gonna rely on you to kind of see that through. Go to. Did I have everything? Yeah, I don't think I changed anything, so it's gonna be up to me not to screw up the rotation. That's all. Alongside Souls players, everything from soft. I started Diablo 4 2 days ago. I have to say I have no clue what you're doing. I mean, that usually sounds about right. Like when you start action RPG, like a couple of years in, there's a lot to unpack initially. My rotation's inverted right there. God dang it. Can't see how well the crossbow is working out though. Rotation's inverted. That is so annoying. Like so annoying.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Was it the same thing with Skyhunter? Actually makes it worse because like if you were in a Skyhunter and you mess with your rotation, that's even worse. Rotation's inverted. And that cap and crit with crown. You should be able to with the Dark Shroud passive thing. That should push you at 100. You have crit chance on your Starless. And also, you get crit chance from Penitent Greaves. Technically. But nah, but you should be able to cap crit without. Because I remember looking at that on stream when I did it, and I literally was right at 100. Like, literally right at 100. Because you got your trick attacks, you got your Heart Seeker itself gives you 15% crit chance. The Heart Seeker. My rotation's off. It's just a mess playing like this, man. I swear. I just don't even think, like, I won't say it's not worth. Technically on paper, should be better, but man, keeping that rotation? So dumb. How that works. Scratch stream. No, man, I get it, man. It's all good. I have those moments all the time too. Kind of 4GA max race to play last night and undersold it. I was drinking a beer and made a bad decision. How bad did you undersell it? That's the question. I'm gonna just throw it right in the 93 just cause. Or A93. Really terrible map. What's my deeps? My raw deeps. Rotation's inverted. There we go. Let's get back on it. There we go, I think. $72 bill you sold it for? Oh, I mean, well then you're fine. But I guess the thing, so here's the thing. What else are you gonna do with that, like, with that amount of gold anyway? So even if you undersold it, like, how is your gear? Like, is it? I mean, with that kind of gold, you probably already have like really good gear, right? So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you gonna do with all that gold anyway? You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be different like if you sold it for like maybe like 2 million or so or something like that, and all you have is 4 million gold or something. Now, okay, yeah, you can't even masterwork. You can't even, like at that point, that type of gold is valuable. But 6 to 72 billion, bro, like you like masterworking it is expensive, but you're not gonna blow through 72 billion gold worth of masterworking, though. You're not. You're gonna be so far bottlenecked with Forgotten Souls and OBDs before you even remotely close to being broke goal wise. It's like not even close. But yeah, you did. Sure, I guess you could say you did undersell it, but I mean, like. Is Carter 6 out? It is. And I heard the back half of it is trash. Like if the album was like the first like half of the tracks, it was like, would be really good. But he was on something on the last half of the album. Like definitely on something. And more on something than he normally is. 5 minutes to see Miss Bill. Yeah, but you have 72 billion. You know how many times you can redo your masterworks with 72 billion gold. Like I said, you're gonna run out of mats way before you run out of gold, multiple times over. I'm gonna tell you this much, man. I have the most gold I've had so far this season was about almost 7 billion gold. Okay, 7 billion. I don't say I masterworked a ton, but I masterworked quite a bit for multiple different builds. I didn't try to go triple everything, but I did masterwork, and I'm still sitting at 6 billion. Like I said, you sold it for 7 billion. So for 72 billion, you probably still had gold before that. So like you're not right at 72 billion. You probably had like a bit more than that. There's Ava with the math. There he is. With 72 billion, you can reset masterworking 14,400 times. See? Yeah, like I do not know what you were worried about. But yeah, I don't like it either. I mean, the potential is there, man, but like it is way too frustrating to play. Like way too frustrating. Because the thing is that your damage numbers isn't big enough for you to know right off the bat that you're not procking precision. Whereas I guess previous seasons, like you knew, like if you weren't procking precision, you knew like your damage completely fell off a cliff, right? But like here, it's kind of like you don't know if your apogeic aspect is just on the low end, and that's why your damage is low, kind of thing. You don't know because you have that aspect too. So it's like you don't know until it's like later on, until after you're done like crowd control the hell out of the mobs and like they're unstoppable. And you're like, oh fuck, I was in the wrong rotation. So now you want to try to fix it, but they're unstoppable now. So it's like you just done ruin that progression, right? And you didn't know because your attack is so fast. It's kind of hard to like stop at the right rotation per se. I hope that you did not cast an extra barrage or a pen shot, whatever you're using, at the wrong time. Like you're literally hoping you didn't do that on accident. And that's just not feasible. Yeah, I tried this and I tried the ultra try hard, and I need to practice that a bit more. Ultra try hard is hard to play, and I fucked up my rotation multiple times, and it's because I haven't played it much at all in the past months or whatever, because I didn't have to last season. So yeah, I'm rusty with that. I guess now what I'm gonna do. Surprisingly enough, though, like the crossbow is actually not. I think the crossbow and Skyhunter are actually pretty close on precision, believe it or not. But something tells me that. I'll put it this way. Something tells me with like precision, when I was doing the ultra try hard and I was only proccing precision, like when I cast random arrows, like I had it like mapped out. That 360% multiplier just does not seem like it's 360%. It is not hidden. Like it should be obvious that like when that hit, and it just hasn't been. Is there a way to optimize for the basic version to make it easier for the casual audience? To be honest with, well, yeah. So I think honestly this season going with the shard for the basic version with crown, as long as you can maintain the energy, it's not much of a loss of an aspect, because who really cares what's really on the sword, to be honest with you? Like, damage per dark shroud, no one cares. You can still cap your double damage ultimate with masterworking the double damage on the Word of Khan instead. So like, and then not only that, but even though you're missing the aspect, let's say like a Behemoth or whatever, right? You're missing Behemoth aspect, for example. You can get that damage back by going with Penitent Greed. So you get 25% back, even though you lost 30%, right? So like, that's practically an even trade-off ish. So like, you're really not losing much by going with shard and doing it that way. Yeah, and then you also, instead of going, since you don't gain anything with barrage, you do gain fundamental heart seeker, so you gain 15% multiplier there. So technically speaking, there might be a case scenario where that could be just as strong, maybe. If you can get enough cast out, that is. Maybe. But with that being said, though, like the victimized random arrows just might appear to be considerably more fun for the casual, and like it's really not far behind precision. Precision doesn't honestly does not feel like it's getting 360%. And again, I know it's feel, and I know like the super hardcore math guys hate basing anything off of feel, but I can tell you this much: if Victimize was giving me a 75% multiplier, then I damn well better notice a 360% multiplier from a 75% multiplier. Changing no gear, changing literally no gear, because all I have to do is change key passive, and that is it. That is it. And I did not notice that big of a jump of a damage when it was proccing. So I don't know what's happening there. Appreciate the follow, but I'm way too tired tonight to break it down on like a test dummy. I might do it later, but I was expecting bigger results on precision. But I feel like something's up. Theoretically, the precision build should be roughly 80% more. Yeah, so like, I would notice 4 pit tiers, about almost 4 pit tiers, like 3.5 pit tiers. I would notice that. I've been playing this build, random builds long enough to know, like to be able to feel 3.5 pit tiers. Or proccing a rain at 360% versus 75%. Like that should be obvious. All right, but let's do some other. That is assuming barrage. No, like I was doing try hard. Ultra try hard. I did Heart Seeker and barrage. So I did what was it? Rain of Arrows, right? So barrage cast. So barrage on 1, 2 Heart Seekers, Rain of Arrows. Barrage 1, 2 Heart Seekers, Rain of Arrows. Because the barrage on 1 would, bring all my energy down because of Beast Fall base. And then I shoot 2 Heart Seekers to get the last 2 precision stacks, right? And then cast Rain of Arrows. And that would do that rotation. So every rain should theoretically hit with 360% multiplier. And it did not feel like that. I guess is where I was getting at. But anyways, I'm gonna do some really off the wall stuff right now. So I'm gonna go back to Victimize for a sec. But I'm gonna do it with Sky Hunter instead of the 2-hand crossbow. But the 2-hand crossbow has been very impressive with the apologetic aspect or whatever. Apologetic aspect. Because that one wave makes it like it feels good when that one wave, when that one big strong wave hit versus splitting them up into what am I gonna do? Let's go back to 80. I don't think I'm missing anything. Besides not being capped. But I don't care about that right now. Okay, yeah, no, I'm good. Ooh, what the? Evident pig, what's up? My brain is so bad right now. But yeah, I'm gonna go and do some dummy testing for precision stuff. Sometime probably early next week. Or maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Because this is victimized, but I kept all the same stuff as if I was running precision. I guess I probably just did. I stood right on top of that. Didn't even see it. Oh, whoops. They play what's the S tier rogue build this season? None. Rip. No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, Rose has some good builds. It just doesn't have the S next to it, that's all. What's the S tier build this season? Necro, Spiritborn, Sork. Maybe 25 instead of falling asleep. Was it because you weren't playing the S tier build, right, by chance? I'm just joking with you. This is an awful run, by the way. This fallen guy is Spiritborn. Spiritborn's the strongest class this season, though, right? At least that's what I was told. They never denied it. No, nothing's wrong with that. Lots of people follow guides. I keep hitting the wrong button. Spiritborn build is so mind-numbingly boring to play. It doesn't matter. It's S tier. As long as there's an S next to it, it is like the best thing ever. So you take that back. It is not boring. It is S. S stands for superb. Superbly fun. Right? Oh man. Of course that wasn't gonna go right. Alright, so last little thing. I'm gonna random send a 93 real quick. Random. Not gonna finish it, just oh crap, wrong button. That raw damage is that. I didn't have much of a call though. Rip. Oh, I forgot to put my soothing spices because I'm not res cap. Makes sense. Thinking of loading up the D3 and playing Demon Hunter, love the gameplay. I love me some Demon Hunter too, man.
See some steel you
Me
need.
some Demon Hunter. I think it's a better class than Rogue.
Use it well.
Alright, so I don't have any masterworking mats really, so I'm not gonna change up my Word of Hakan from what it is to try to do a Shred of Varathio version tonight. I'll probably say that for tomorrow, so we'll farm some stuff tomorrow and go with the basic version of like a 3-to-1 with precision to kind of see how that feels. But I do think it feels like something's up with precision. I can't prove it, obviously. But I'm not seeing I'm not literally seeing the bigger deeps just kind of happening like it should, or the bigger number to make up for the fact that I'm not spamming it as much, right? So like a 3-to-1, obviously, I should be hitting like a truck on that Rain of Arrows every time it is cast. So, but anyways, we're gonna head on out. I actually gotta like get ready to make a Heart Secret video at some point, and then the Rain of Arrows video. But I promise I'm gonna make them short though. I'm just kind of just get straight to the point and just let it be. So I'm like shooting for like maybe 8 minutes, 7-8 minutes of a video. I doubt it'll be that short, but I'll try. Same thing with Rain of Arrows. I mean, at this point, those who might be looking for videos like that should know. Like, probably has a grips on like the normal. Of course, you're taking the exploit passive and the trick attacks passive. Like, oh, like those are all like standard on like every single build. So I just kind of just start to talk about just the important stuff. Trying to figure out where to go. Let's go to Roxy. I'm in the Roxy in a bit. She blasting. There we go. All right. Well, as always, appreciate you guys, and enjoy Roxy. And as always, till next time.